Chapter 606. The speed of the shuttle driven by Yang Qin was so fast that even Luo Yuan, who was in the late Deshang stage, could not catch up. That was still when Yang Qin was in the foundation stage. Now Yang Qin had 3 Jiran realms, and his cultivation base was much stronger than before. The speed of the shuttle was almost 50% faster. But what Yang Qin did not expect was that when the second city master showed his true form, the speed was even faster than the shuttle. The huge wings flapped a few times, and suddenly the distance between the two began to decrease rapidly. Fortunately, Yang Qin was talking to those people at the edge of his own spiritual awareness, and he got up early, at least 100 miles ahead of the second city master. Even if the speed of the second city master was fast, he could not catch up in a short time. At this time, Yang Qin suddenly felt that he was a bit arrogant. In his previous life in the heavenly court, there were also a few bird-type monster races, which were characterized by their speed. Because of the speed of the shuttle, Yang Qin had not even put the masters of the Deshang stage in his eyes. When the second city master caught up, Yang Qin was aware of the crisis. If he couldn't escape this time, he could only use the Immortal beheading blade. However, if Yang Qin destroyed the Immortal beheading blade like this, Yang Qin was still unwilling. So the first choice was still to run away. His spiritual power was pushed to the extreme. Yang Qin raised the speed of the shuttle to the highest level, frantically escaping while making plans. There was only one threat here, the second city master. If he could be solved, then he wouldn't have to worry about anything. This time, Yang Qin did not make the posture of detonating the first with true essence spiritual solution. When they were in the cave, they were worried that the Immortal's cave would be destroyed. It could also be said that they were afraid to take risks. But outside, even if Yang Qin detonated the first with true essence spiritual solution, he could only hurt himself. For the second city master, who flew faster than himself, it would hardly cause any harm. The two of them chased each other like this, and the distance of 100 miles was now constantly shrinking. In less than 10 days, the distance between the two of them was less than 50 kilometers. Although the second city lord was getting closer and closer, the surprise in his heart was getting stronger and stronger. The little calf in front, how many magic weapons did it have? Not only could it collect the first with spiritual solution, but it also had such a powerful flying magic weapon. When this situation fell into his eyes, the first reaction of the second city lord was that Yang Qin did not know where he inherited an ancient immortal's cave. Otherwise, it would be impossible to have so many powerful magic weapons. At the thought of this, the heart of the second city lord also became hot. If he could take the magic weapon on Yang Qin's body for himself, wouldn't he make a lot of money? Once this thought popped up, it could no longer be suppressed. The second city lord thought more. If he chased too fast and caught up with Yang Qin in the 10,000 trees forest, wouldn't a lot of things fall into the eyes of some people? After all, it was not good, and it would make his plan to swallow it alone fall through. The second city lord would not believe that Yang Qin only had the gourd and the flying magic weapon. Even if these two were added to the first city lord, it was reasonable for the second city lord to take a big part of the remaining things. Thinking of this, the speed of the second city lord slowed down a little, keeping a little faster than Yang Qin. But before Yang Qin flew out of the 10,000 trees forest, it was absolutely impossible to catch up with him. He leisurely followed behind Yang Qin, slowly chasing. Yang Qin was just a junior in the Jiran stage. When he was in the Immortal's cave, he could rely on the detonation of the first with true essence to threaten the two city lords. After coming out, naturally there was no reliance. Everything was decided by the second city lord. This chase and escape lasted for a month. Seeing that Yang Qin had already seen the edge of the 10,000 trees forest, he suddenly heard the voice of the second city lord. "Kid, you have run for so long. This old man has given you enough face. Why don't you give up? Let's catch up and talk about it, senior." Yang Qin replied directly without thinking, and then continued to fly quickly. However, the other party gave Yang Qin the opportunity to fly out of the 10,000 trees forest. For Yang Qin, that was good news. In addition to the shuttle's ability to fly and escape through water, the Earth escape was also very good. The wood attribute in the 10,000 trees forest was too strong, and the wood restrained the Earth. Even if Yang Qin wanted to escape through the Earth, he had to consider the risks. What's more, there was an array to collect the first with true essence under the forest. Yang Qin did not dare to take the risk of escaping through the Earth. But out of the 10,000 trees forest, Yang Qin would not care about this. No matter how fast the second city lord flew, could he escape through the Earth faster than the shuttle? As soon as he left the 10,000 trees forest, the shuttle controlled by Yang Qin was much lower. It was almost flying on the ground. The second city lord was just hanging not too far away. He did not know what he was thinking in his heart. Suddenly, Yang Qin paused, his body suspended in the air. Facing the rear, he rushed to the second city lord more than 30 miles away and cupped his hands again. Thank you for the city lord's personal escort. This younger generation junior will leave. As soon as the voice fell, the shuttle, under the control of Yang Qin, drilled vertically into the ground from top to bottom. Looking from afar, it was like a seabird that had already found its prey and flew down from the air to catch fish. In an instant, the second city lord understood Yang Qin's plan and suddenly became furious. With a flap of his huge wings, his figure suddenly accelerated and rushed towards Yang Qin. While flying, the second city lord's monster soul blazed and directly nailed a monster soul mark on Yang Qin's body. Even if Yang Qin went to the sky or into the earth, it was impossible to escape the tracking of his monster soul. This was not all. The moment Yang Qin's figure entered the ground, the second city lord's condensed monster soul had directly blasted into Yang Qin's mind. This kind of monster soul attack had the same wonderful effect as Luo Yuan's soul attack, but it was not the kind of condensation of Luo Yuan's, but it was gathered into a group. However, when the attack power was the most powerful, it was the moment when the condensed monster soul exploded. With a bang, the monster soul controlled by the second city lord directly exploded in Yang Qin's sea of consciousness. There was a loud noise in his sea of consciousness, but Yang Qin did not seem to feel it. His current sea of consciousness was so strong that even in his previous life in the spiritual world, it was not so stable. Not to mention the explosion of the monster soul controlled by the second city lord of the Dashang stage. Even if it was the ascending blue shadow, it was impossible to hurt Yang Qin at this moment with the monster soul. The figure escaped into the ground almost unaffected, and the second city lord arrived after a few breaths, feeling that the monster soul mark he planted was getting deeper and deeper. The second city lord almost flew into a rage. He was a monster race, flying in the air. Although he had the ability to escape into the ground, it was impossible for him to move freely like Yang Qin underground. He could only follow the monster soul mark on Yang Qin's body and track it bit by bit. Chapter 607. Yang Qin drove the shuttle all the way down, straight into the depth of thousands of feet, and then stopped. At this depth, even the monster soul mark of the second city master became vague. As long as Yang Qin went down a certain distance, even if the second city master was a master of the Dashang stage, he could not detect the position of Yang Qin deep underground, unless he also followed into the ground and the distance was closer. However, entering the underground, the second city master could not guarantee that his speed could still keep up with Yang Qin. He could only watch Yang Qin stop at the edge of his spiritual awareness exploration, as if to provoke him. Second city master, I am indebted to you again. This younger generation junior is very grateful. Yang Qin's voice sounded directly in the mind of the second city master, but it was clearly transmitted through his own monster soul mark. Want to go? Wishful thinking. As soon as the second city master heard the voice of Yang Qin, he realized that Yang Qin actually relied on his own monster soul mark to talk to himself, and suddenly his waist straightened up a little. As long as there was this monster soul mark, even if Yang Chen escaped thousands of miles away, the second city master could also perceive his direction. Unless Yang Chen stayed underground and became a mouse, as long as he came out, he would face the pursuit of the second city master. Senior, this younger generation junior, and the original owner of the Immortal's cave have a lot of history. I can't bear to break his inheritance. The voice of Yang Chen in the mind of the second city master suddenly became fierce. Senior, you turn around now. This younger generation junior will think that nothing has happened. Ignorant junior, boasting shamelessly. The second city master was furious. Yang Chen's words were clearly a threat to let him turn back. However, with the second city master's Deshang stage cultivation base in the Immortal's cave, except for the first city master, it was simply the first city master. Even the first city master had to discuss things with him as much as possible. After so many years, how could the second city master accept Yang Chen's attitude? Now the second city master could not wait to catch Yang Chen and directly dismember him to vent his anger. Boom! A shuddering aura came through his own monster soul mark, which carried the momentum. It was simply unheard of by the second city master. Even the second city master of the Deshang stage felt shuddering. This was the aura of a master of the peak Deshang stage, and it was still the aura of a monster race predecessor. The first reaction of the second city master was this, but he soon realized that something was wrong. The first reaction of the second city master was this: Yang Chen, the younger generation junior of the Jedon stage. It was impossible to have this kind of aura. It was impossible for a small Jedon stage junior like Yang Chen to have this kind of aura. Moreover, if Yang Chen was a master who had passed the wind tribulation, he should have ascended long ago. How could he stay in the mortal world? This was the crystallization of the demon power of the monster soul of the first city master. The second city master had reached the peak of the early stage, only one step away from entering the realm of the middle Deshang stage. If there was this demon power crystal in his hand, then it was entirely possible for the second city master to slowly refine this demon power crystal. At that time, not to mention the middle Deshang stage, even if it was the peak Deshang stage, it would still be easy. In an instant, the heart of the second city master burned again. Yang Chen in the underground was really something. He said that he had a relationship with the original owner of the Immortal's cave. Maybe he was the descendant of the original owner of the Immortal's cave. As long as he killed Yang Chen, wouldn't the things that were passed down in his hands be his own? Originally, Yang Chen's intention was to use this demon power crystal to let the second city master retreat. But he did not expect it to directly provoke the greed of the second city master. Hand over the demon power crystal. Hand over the gourd that you used to collect the first with spiritual solution, and I will spare your life. The threat of the second city master was directly passed to Yang Chen's consciousness through the monster's soul mark. If you dare to be stubborn again, I will kill you. Yang Chen was silent this time, and the second city master could not detect any movement of Yang Chen for a long time. However, the monster's soul mark showed that Yang Chen was still in the same place and did not leave. He didn't know what he was doing in the same place. The second city master was patient and was ready. Originally, he was chasing Yang Chen, and there was still a little face problem. But now it was a naked interest, not for anything else, even if it was only for the demon power crystal. The second city master had to come up with his trump card. The Earth Escape could not catch up with Yang Chen. Couldn't the second city master use other tricks? The second city master's whole body shook, and hundreds of feathers flew out of his body, flying around. In just a moment, those feathers fell to the ground, and the feather handles were inserted into the ground without exception. Every falling feather had a corresponding position. The second city master waited for the feathers to fall to the ground, and the monster power was stimulated. Suddenly, those feathers formed a large array, surrounding the land of hundreds of feet. Suppress! The second city master shouted loudly in his mouth, and the huge monster power suddenly went down along the feathers, surrounding the place covered by the array. Within the scope of the array, all the land became harder than steel. Not to mention the Earth escape, it was already lucky to be able to survive inside. A pair of sharp claws stretched out in the air and grabbed towards the ground. Boom! Like a giant hand that could split open a mountain, the ground that was several dozen zhang deep was directly grabbed up and thrown far away. In a few consecutive times, the second city master had already dug down to a depth of hundreds of feet. With a few more times, Yang Chun would be dug out by the second city master. There is a road to heaven. You don't go. There is no door to hell to break in. The movement of the second city master completely angered Yang Qin. Originally, Yang Qin also felt that it was a bit too much to take the first with spiritual solution of others, but the second city master was so greedy, so he could not blame Yang Qin. There is no injustice, there is no debt. You and I have no grievances in the past, senior. You want to take the life of this younger generation, junior, again and again. This younger generation, junior, can only help you. Yang Chen's voice once again passed into the mind of the second city master through the monster's soul mark. The second city master simply turned a deaf ear to Yang Chen's words. Seeing that he could get the monster power crystal of an ascended master, how could he still care about it? His claws accelerated and dug towards the ground. Just when he felt that he was less than 20 feet away from Yang Qin, the second city master suddenly noticed that his monster soul mark seemed to be led by something and thrown into another place. Suddenly, a crazy killing intent directly rushed into the mind of the second city master. The kind of killing intent that carried supreme majesty and could not be blasphemed instantly broke through the sea of consciousness of the second city master. The second city master, who was still looking forward to getting the monster power crystal of the ascended predecessor, ate this killing intent, and suddenly his sea of consciousness was shaken, and his mind was in chaos. In the boundless sphere, the second city master fell into a deep pit, unconscious, and could no longer move. Chapter 608. Yang Chen's figure slowly drilled from the hard ground. It had to be said that the second city master still had a set. This set of feathers just happened to restrain the Earth escape. The only drawback was that the speed of starting was slow. If the speed of the Earth escape was a little faster, it could not be trapped. Just now, Yang Chen had been in the same place, but it also gave the second city master a chance. Otherwise, the second city master would not be so sure to start. However, it was too late to say anything at this moment. Since Yang Chen decided to start and shouted that there was no injustice, there was no room for reconciliation. In the face of a comatose second city master, even if he was a master of the Deshang stage, Yang Chen also had a way to make him die without knowing why. Of course, Yang Chen did not simply cut off his head with a sword, but used a relatively gentle way. The reason why he did not destroy the body of the second city master was still for the consideration of his master Gaoyu. A Deshang stage monster core and a complete monster beast corpse, for any cultivator, was also a precious puppet material. Although Gaoyu already had a praying mantis beside her, Yang Chen did not mind having another Deshang stage puppet. In particular, the second city master. This guy's body was a goshawk, and his flying speed was so fast that even Yang Chen's current shuttle couldn't match it. Once his master encountered any danger, it was also a fortunate thing to be able to escape in time. If people knew that the reason why Yang Chen left the complete body of the second city master was to find a puppet tool for Gaoyu to escape, it was not known how many people would beat their chests and stomp their feet. It was not a reckless waste of natural resources in such a way. That was a master of the Deshang stage. Speaking of it, perhaps the second city master was the calmest one to die. There was no struggle, no pain, even no feeling. He lost his life in a coma. However, if the second city master had a choice, he would never choose such a stupid way to die. Perhaps he regretted it at the moment before he passed out. Or maybe not, who knows? The body of the second city master was directly put into the pure bottle medicine garden. The hundreds of feathers he distributed around lost the support of the second city master's monster power and became ordinary feathers. However, every feather was as tough as steel, yet it was light and maintained the characteristics of feathers. Yang Qin didn't say anything and put these things away. The feathers of the Deshang stage monster, and it seemed that it had been refined by the second city lord. It was definitely a rare good thing for refining a set of formation flags. Senior sister studies formations, so she'll definitely like it. As the city lord, and having controlled the Immortal's cave for many years, the second city lord definitely had countless good things on him. Yang Qin took the Qinkuan bag of the second city lord as his own. Because of the actions of the second city master, the terrain had changed greatly. Yang Qin certainly would not stay here for a long time. After a few hasty cleaning up, he drove the shuttle and quickly left the place, flying further north into the ice and snow. Using the inverted sea jasper cup to shield the exploration of spiritual awareness, after a few days of driving the shuttle out at high speed, Yang Qin began to open the Qinkuan bag of the second city lord and check the harvest inside. In the eyes was a hill of spirit stones. There were all kinds of grades, low grade, middle grade, and high grade, directly piled up into 3 hills. For so many years, all the things in the Immortal's cave had to be purchased and rented with a large number of spirit stones. The net worth of the second city lord made Yang Qin a little jealous. Although there were many spirit stones, it was not enough to make Yang Qin lose his sense of proportion. However, what surprised Yang Qin the most was the dozens of top-grade spirit stones. Each piece of spirit stone had a weight of several jin, which was much heavier than the top-grade spirit stone that Yang Qin got from the old land. When he was chased by Luo Yuan, Yang Qin's top-grade spirit stone had been consumed 5 in 10 years. After giving 2 to his senior sister Gong Sunling, there were only 2 left. Good steel should be used on the edge of the blade. Sometimes, when it was not so critical, Yang Qin would even use some top-grade spirit stones to replace the top-grade spirit stones as a source of spiritual power for the shuttle, in order to save the top-grade spirit stones and save them for use in case of emergency. Now that there were dozens of top-grade spirit stones in hand, Yang Qin no longer had to worry about the source of spiritual power for the shuttle in the future. It could be used openly, not to mention the top-grade spirit stones. The value of other grades of spirit stones obtained was estimated to be more than 1,000 jin of top-grade spirit stones. But according to the calculation of spirit stones, the entire Chunyang Palace added up was not as many as the second city lord's spirit stones. It could be said that Yang Qin was now one of the rare super-rich people in the mortal world. Yang Qin couldn't help but think that even the second city lord had such a rich net worth. Wouldn't the wealth of the first city lord be even richer? Of course, this thought was only a flash. Even if the origin of the demon Tao was different and the ideas were different, Yang Qin had not yet reached the point of robbing others. There were treasures in the world that others did not know waiting for Yang Qin to get. Yang Qin would not do such a thing. No matter who got such a large number of spirit stones, the mood would not be too bad. The same was true for Yang Qin. He put away the spirit stones happily and kept them for the day when he would buy some needed materials or cultivation. Next, Yang Qin began to check other gains. It had to be said that the city lord who controlled hundreds of thousands of monster race cultivators was indeed rich to the extreme. Hundreds of thousands of monster race cultivators. For the sake of spirit stones, almost all the good things on the monster plane were plundered and sent to him. All kinds of rare materials, just like garbage, were randomly piled up in a corner of the Qinkuan bag, forming a dense hill that was almost pressed. No one had sorted them out for a long time, and these materials had been messily mixed together. For a while, it was even impossible to count what was there. Just a few glances, Yang Qin saw several top-level refining materials, among which there were many fire-attributed materials that Yang Qin needed. Yang Qin must keep the bright ray sword. But relatively speaking, the materials used were not particularly high-level, resulting in the flying sword's grade not too high. With these things, plus the high-level flying sword that he had grabbed from someone before. It was enough to raise the level of the bright ray sword to the same level as Elder Ming's Earth attribute flying sword. The materials of the other elements were also available. At least Yang Chen believed that as long as he found the main materials of various attributes of the flying sword, then his own great yin yang 5 elements flying sword did not need to prepare any auxiliary materials at all, and now he had enough on hand. However, these were not the most surprising things for Yang Chen. When Yang Chen saw the jade slips neatly arranged in the 8 big boxes in the Qinkuan bag, his eyes almost stretched out his hands. Chapter 609. 8 boxes. Each box contained at least 1,000 pieces of jade slips. Yang Chen picked up a piece, and after the exploration of his spiritual awareness, he was surprised to find that in this piece of jade slips, it actually recorded the cultivation method of a certain race of monsters from the beginning to the advancement to the top level. A piece of jade slip was the cultivation method of a monster race. There were at least 8,000 pieces here. Could it be that there were more than 8,000 monster race cultivation methods of more than 8,000 races? In each box, Yang Chen took a few pieces and looked at it. Only then did he find that there were 6 boxes containing similar things. In other words, there were at least more than 6,000 monster race cultivation methods. Among the other 2 boxes, one box contained the refining method of the monster race. The refining method of the monster race was different from that of the cultivators. The cultivators used various materials to refine. Most of the time, the materials of the monster race were only auxiliary. What they really needed to refine was some parts of their bodies. Shi Kuei and Xia Sha refined their own poisonous fangs and big pincer tail stings into their own magic weapons, and the old tree demon was his own branches. Different monster races had different refining methods. Although Yang Chen had contacted a lot of monster race colleagues in the spiritual world and immortal world, he also remembered some advanced refining methods. But like this systematic refining method for different monsters of different races, Yang Chen was definitely not so comprehensive, and there was no such a system from low to high step by step. In the remaining box, there were some refining methods of medicinal pills commonly used by the monster race. The medicinal pills taken by the monster race were different from those taken by the cultivators. In addition to the precious medicinal materials, they could also use a variety of monster cores and devil qi to make medicine. Even the Jiedan and Yuanying of human cultivators could be used as a tonic for the monster race. Although this refining method was rebellious in the eyes of human cultivators, in the eyes of the monster race, it was as natural as the human cultivators using monster cores to make medicine. All kinds of methods were interlinked. It depended on which side the buttocks were sitting on and from which side to speak. Yang Chen, as a former great, principal golden immortal, of course, would not find this method unacceptable. On the contrary, a true alchemist would not only refine elixirs for human cultivators. Although Yang Chen already had the top elderly lord alchemy scripture, which already recorded the highest level of alchemy techniques, the alchemy techniques and pill recipes of the demon race were definitely excellent references and collections for Yang Chen. Sometimes Yang Chen might even be able to combine the strengths of the two to refine a brand new medicinal pill. From this point alone, among the alchemy experts in Yang Chen's previous life's memories, only Taishang Laojun seemed to have such a realm. The others all had their own limitations. Just these 8 boxes of jade slips, in addition to the knowledge of Yang Chen's previous life, were enough to make Yang Chen a master in the cultivation of demonic beasts. Not to mention Shi Kuei and Xia Sha, even if it was a ruthless character like the old tree demon and Laning, Yang Chen could still guide them. If these things were brought back to Chunyang Palace, Chunyang Palace could almost immediately be opened to the outside world to absorb the disciples of the Hall of Eccentrics. From then on, it would become a monster race cultivation, holy land that could compete with the Immortal's cave in the 10,000 trees forest. Not only that, because of the combination of Yang Chen's knowledge and the cultivation experience of the cultivators, in some ways, Chunyang Palace could even surpass Banyan Tree City. This was of great significance for the development of Chunyang Palace, even if it was not realistic to openly recruit monster race disciples for the time being. At least the dozens of masters in the Hall of Eccentrics in Chunyang Palace already had a systematic cultivation method. If they could accept a Deshang stage monster to join the Hall of Eccentrics, the strength of Chunyang Palace would more than double out of thin air. Anyway, now there have been sect of eccentrics that have begun to set up the Hall of Eccentrics. Even the Taishamen were no exception. At that time, as long as there was a suitable opportunity, Chunyang Palace could become the most expected sect of the monster race, and its future development and growth would not be a problem. To put it bluntly, these jade slips were the inheritance of the monster race. Yang Chen was not sure if the second city lord had all the things here. Maybe the first city lord still had them, but this did not prevent Yang Chen from getting most of the monster race's cultivation inheritance. After collecting these jade slips, Yang Chen continued to rummage through the things in this Qinkuan bag. A lot of magic weapons, good and bad. He didn't know where the second city lord got them. These magic weapons, the good ones, could be left by Yang Chen to the disciples of Chunyang Palace, and the bad ones could be sold for spirit stones, which was always a small fortune. However, after packing up so many things, Yang Chen did not see a single spirit medicine. It must be known that whether it was a demon or monster race, they all needed spirit medicine. Since the second city lord had so many high-level materials and spirit stones, it was obviously very abnormal that there were no spirit medicines. Even if the second city lord was a master of the Deshang stage, it was impossible for him to eat all the spirit medicines in his hands. It must be known that there were still alchemy methods on those jade slips. Even if the spirit medicine was good, after all, eating it directly was not as good as refining it into a medicinal pill. The second city lord should not be unaware of this truth. The only possibility was that the second city lord had a medicine garden space, and all the spirit medicines were collected in the medicine garden space. Yang Chen's gaze began to search around for things that might be in the medicine garden. There were too many magic weapons here, and Yang Chen had to screen them one by one. The second city lord was dead, and all the spiritual awareness marks had disappeared completely. Yang Chen could easily penetrate his own spiritual awareness into various magic weapons and explore the use of the magic weapons. Flying sword, weapons, defensive armor, amulets, all kinds of things were there. After exploring hundreds of items, Yang Chen did not find the medicine garden space. Fortunately, Yang Chen had patience and time, enough to look at everything. When Yang Chen explored a transparent crystal ball, he finally found what he was looking for. As soon as his spiritual awareness touched the crystal ball, it entered a huge space. However, the space seemed to have resistance. Yang Chen could only know that there was a large space inside, but he couldn't know what was inside. For the second city lord, this medicine garden was very important, and it had definitely been sacrificially refined many times. Yang Chen only got the body, but he had not yet collected it. It was not so easy to control the medicine garden. Yang Chen's first reaction was to find a way to collect the medicine garden space from the Qinkuan bag. But soon Yang Chen gave up looking for it. The second city lord neither thought that he would die, nor did he want to ascend and leave the medicine garden to future generations. How could he leave the method of collecting it in his Qinkuan bag? Yang Chen could only violently collect this medicine garden space. Chapter 610. The flight was long, and Yang Chen did not care about the time. It was not enough. On the issue of collecting this medicine garden, Yang Chen was still a little hesitant. Cracking it by force could easily make the space unstable, which would lead to the destruction of all the spirit medicines in the medicine garden. If Yang Chen wanted to get ahead in alchemy in this life, it would be useless without medicinal materials, so he attached great importance to medicinal materials. However, relatively speaking, this kind of medicine garden that was already in his hands, especially the medicine garden where the original owner had died, was the least difficult to crack by force. The only thing that was needed was time and cultivation base to erase the mark of the original owner little by little. Speaking of it, this was the least difficult one, as long as there was enough patience. Yang Qin originally planned to use this method, but before starting, Yang Qin suddenly thought of his own medicine garden. After the crazy irrigation of the first with true essence spiritual solution, now the hidden portal in the medicine garden has become more and more solid, and there are signs of materialization. If he continues to inject the first with true essence spiritual solution, he believed that he would be able to open the door soon. There was a possibility that people in the mortal world did not know that this kind of spatial magic weapon, especially this kind of medicine garden that could provide biological growth, had the innate characteristic of swallowing the same kind of space. Of course, it was the high-level space that swallowed the low-level space. The grade of the pure bottle medicine garden was so high that Yang Qin was also amazed. The 1,000-year-old medicinal materials were only the first space of the pure bottle medicine garden, and now Yang Qin was about to open the second space, this crystal ball medicine garden. Even if the second city master exhausted his whole cultivation base to refine it, it was impossible to be more advanced than an old guy who had ascended. In this case, Yang Qin could directly let the pure bottle medicine garden swallow the crystal ball medicine garden without hurting the medicinal materials inside. Thinking of this, Yang Qin directly threw the crystal ball medicine garden into the pure bottle medicine garden. As soon as the two spaces came into contact with each other, it immediately made the pure bottle medicine garden shake, as if it was about to break. But Yang Qin knew that this was just the impact of the collision of the two spaces, and it would not really hurt the things inside. Even Xiao Tian Yang Qin was not released in the medicine garden. As soon as he entered the space of the medicine garden, the crystal ball suddenly became larger and became a huge crystal that was almost comparable to the pure bottle medicine garden. At the edge of the pure bottle medicine garden, there was a crystal wall blocking Yang Qin's sight. Yang Qin understood that this huge crystal wall was the restriction of the second city lord's crystal ball medicine garden. Because of this, the two herb gardens could not be merged. Next, Yang Qin began to hold the gourd, carefully controlled the first with true essence spiritual solution inside, separated a strand and poured it into the medicine garden. This time, Yang Qin was not only watering the Penglai divine wood, but all the first wood were watered. Now with the gourd in hand, Yang Qin could easily control the outflow of the first with true essence spiritual solution. No longer through the first with flying sword as an intermediary. The effect was more direct. Other trees were not as slow as the Penglai divine wood. Looking at the trees in the medicine garden, they grew rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, becoming thicker and taller, withered and flourished. Almost for a while, it was as if they had experienced a spring and autumn. Just after a few days of flying, except for the Penglai divine wood, other trees, including the thunder pomegranate, all increased their age by hundreds of years. Even the most difficult to cultivate thunder pomegranate had almost become an old tree that was close to 1,000 years old. The thunder pomegranate fruit on the tree was already the size of a human head. Of course, the Penglai divine wood must be irrigated. This was the most precious first wood species in Yang Qin's medicine garden. Yang Qin has not stopped cultivating it for a moment. Yang Qin's judgment was correct. In a few days, the portal became clearer and clearer and had begun to have a substance. However, under the touch, it still felt very soft and tender, and there was nothing in the center of the portal. It seemed that when the portal was fully formed, a space passage would appear in the center of the portal, allowing Yang Qin to enter. Since there has been such a change, Yang Qin also understood that his choice was very correct, and he was more insistent. The crystal wall of the crystal ball medicine garden, with the infusion of Yang Qin's first with true essence, also began to change slowly. In particular, when Yang Qin was pouring it, he first let the first with true essence flow through the crystal wall, which was almost equivalent to the true essence sacrificial refining. The reason was very simple. Just as the water would grind the stones in the river into smooth pebbles and finally turn them into fine sand. The first would true essence spiritual solution was the water flow, and the crystal wall was the stone in the water flow. Under this kind of scouring, Yang Chen did not even have to pay much spiritual power, and it was naturally completed. First, the translucent crystal wall turned into a light green color, and then he watched the crystal wall become more and more green, as if the green had deeply penetrated into the interior of the crystal wall. Next, he felt that the crystal wall began to slowly change from blurred to clear, which was a sign of the crystal wall being refined. The spiritual solution of the first would true essence was the purest first would true essence. Even the first would spirit power in Yang Chen's body was not as strong as this first would true essence spiritual solution. This most original spiritual power directly scoured the crystal wall. It was simply refining these crystal walls. It was just that the work that needed Yang Chen's painstaking efforts had now become automatic completion of the pure bottle medicine garden and the first with true essence spiritual solution. Yang Chen felt that these crystal walls were thinning a little bit, and the space of the medicine garden was also nibbling away at the space barrier of the crystal ball medicine garden. Without the support of the master's power, how could the crystal ball medicine garden resist the nibbling away of the pure bottle medicine garden where the spiritual power was full at any time and place? By the end of the 10th day, Yang Chen had discovered that the crystal wall was transparent, and the opposite scene could be vaguely seen. This situation greatly increased Yang Chen's confidence, and he simply accelerated the speed of the first with true essence spiritual solution. Anyway, no matter how much first would true essence spiritual solution, as long as it reached the root of the Penglai divine wood, it would all be absorbed, and it would not burst the pure bottle medicine garden. Accelerating the speed could speed up the scouring of the crystal wall. After another 10 days, Yang Chen had already felt that the crystal wall had thinned by half. It seemed that as long as there was the same time, he could completely swallow the entire crystal ball medicine garden and integrate it into the space of the pure bottle medicine garden. The vague portal did not seem to have changed much. It felt like it was only slightly harder to touch than before, but the extent was limited. Yang Chen didn't know how long it would take for this portal to form. He simply no longer paid attention to this side, but fully controlled the first with true essence spiritual solution and scoured the crystal wall of the crystal ball medicine garden. Chapter 611. Kacha! As if something had been broken. After Yang Chen spent another 10 days, the crystal wall of the crystal ball medicine garden suddenly cracked, and then broke into pieces, bursting in all directions. As soon as the broken fragments touched anything in the medicine garden, whether it was herbs, trees, or soil, they all disappeared in an instant, as if they had been integrated into the medicine garden. A relatively unfamiliar force to Yang Chen swept across the entire medicine garden. It was mixed with a huge spiritual power, like a strong wind, blowing from the pure bottle medicine garden to the newly added space. Yang Chen was outside, but his spiritual awareness was always paying attention to the medicine garden. He immediately understood that this was because the two medicine garden spaces had just merged, but the concentration of spiritual power on both sides was obviously different, so such a flow of spiritual power would occur. As for the strange force, Yang Chen had not figured out what was going on. The looming portal in the center of the pure bottle medicine garden suddenly turned into a tao tai that saw delicious food. A huge attraction was formed in the portal, and the sudden burst of power was absorbed into it. Immediately afterward, the portal began to change further. The edge of the portal, which was still a little soft, began to harden and really became solid. However, this process was not completed in an instant, but it started from the corner of the portal little by little and slowly spread to other directions of the portal. Seeing this scene, Yang Chen suddenly realized that perhaps this force was the power of space fusion, which was absorbed by the portal, saving Yang Chen the trouble of sacrificial refining. Now that the portal was still slowly taking shape, Yang Chen could not see the final result of the portal for a while. However, with the two medicine garden spaces merged, Yang Chen could carefully count what good medicinal materials he had. The expanded space of the Pure Bottle Medicine Garden was almost 100 acres. Compared to the original Pure Bottle space, it was nearly 1/3 of the area. In this extra area, countless kinds of medicinal materials were planted. Although it was not as neatly categorized as the Pure Bottle Medicine Garden, it was not messy. At least the medicinal materials with similar attributes were basically planted in the same area. The level of the Crystal Ball Medicine Garden was still relatively low, and its ability to simulate various environments was far less powerful than the Purified Bottle Medicine Garden. Some things that require extreme environments, such as the thunder pomegranate, can't be grown. However, even so, Yang Chen still saw many precious medicinal herbs. The profound yang fruit, which was the most abundant in Yang Chen's medicine garden, was also available here, but it was only a few hundred years old, far less than the age in the Pure Bottle Medicine Garden. However, there were also some medicinal herbs that Yang Chen's Pure Bottle Medicine Garden couldn't compare with. There was at least a large patch of ginseng and knotweed, all of which seemed to be 4,000 or 5,000 years old. Although there were some in Yang Chen's herb garden, and they were quite old, they weren't as strong as this one. What surprised Yang Chen the most was a large number of precious medicinal herbs that only grew in the demonic beast plane. These herbs were very precious to the demon clan. Very few demon clan members would trade them with cultivators after harvesting them. Many of Yang Chen had only heard of them, but he had never seen them. He didn't expect that there would be such a large batch in the medicine garden of the Second City Lord. To be honest, the spirit medicine that could make the Second City Lord look at it in this medicine garden, any one of them could make people fight for it. The vision of a master of the Deshang stage was by no means an undeserved reputation. There were several kinds of medicinal herbs that made Yang Chen immediately remember a kind of medicinal pill that he had accidentally seen from the monster race's pill recipe. These medicinal herbs were enough for Yang Chen to refine a batch of medicinal pills that were called inner sensing pills by the monster race. The monster race's inner sensing pill, after taking it, could increase the senses of the user's whole body by 10 times. Whether it was the flow of the monster power or the various blood and qi in the body, the user could clearly perceive it. The senses were enhanced by 10 times, so that in the user's feeling, the various blood and qi circulation and the monster power and spirit power circulation were slowed down by 10 points, so that the user could have a further understanding of their own situation. This kind of medicinal pill that allowed him to thoroughly understand his own body's blood and monster power and spirit power circulation could effectively improve his perception of his current realm. In some cases, it had the same effect as the questioning inner heart pill. However, the material requirements of the questioning inner heart pill were too high, at least 10,000 years old. In contrast, the inner sensing pill was much simpler. As long as it was 1,000 years old, it could basically be satisfied. Basically, the inner sensing pill only enhanced the senses, but the questioning inner heart pill could also calm the mind and prevent the emergence of the heart devil. In terms of effect, the inner sensing pill was an understanding of the body and cultivation base of the user, while the questioning inner heart pill focused on the understanding and thinking of the realm. Compared with the questioning inner heart pill, the inner sensing pill basically had no meaning for the masters of the Deshang stage. At the Deshang stage, the cultivator was already familiar with his own body and spirit power. If he wanted to improve, he could only improve his state of mind. Only cultivators below the Deshang stage needed the inner sensing pill. There was also a shortcoming of the inner sensing pill. That was because the sensory feeling was magnified 10 times. So in addition to the ones that he wanted to understand, the other tastes were magnified 10 times. Whether it was pain or itch or cold or hot, it was the same. After taking the medicine, during the period of the effect of the medicine, even if it was a gentle touch by others, it would make the user feel extreme pain. The friction between the clothes on the body and the skin could be regarded as torture. As for the changes in the surrounding heat and cold, it allowed people to experience the taste of extreme weather in a short period of time. But even with this side effect, the inner sensing pill had great benefits for the cultivator. If they entered the state of combat training after taking the medicine, and they could still fight normally under this degree of pain, basically some of the injuries in the battle could no longer affect the cultivator. This was not only an understanding of their own body, but also a tempering of their own will. The benefits were self-evident. However, this inner sensing pill required some of the monster race's specialty elixirs to be refined. Although it was not as precious as the 10,000 years old elixirs, it was also extremely rare. Even in the memory of his previous life, among the cultivators in the mortal world, no one had ever owned it. At present, the pill recipe and medicinal materials were all available, and Yang Qin himself was an alchemy master, which also meant that the inner sensing pill was no longer a patent of some monster race masters. At least the people around Yang Qin also had the opportunity to take it. The monster race did not have two strong alchemy masters, so the inner sensing pill was usually only a first-grade refining. Yang Chen was now curious about what would happen if he could refine the second-grade inner sensing pill. What would be the effect after taking it? Chapter 6:12. However, at this time, Yang Qin had no time to consider what the effect of the second-grade inner sensing pill was, because the portal of the pure bottle medicine garden had undergone a complete qualitative change at this moment. Perhaps it was precisely because of the space energy produced by the fusion of the space that after the portal was absorbed, it really reached the standard of qualitative change. Now, the looming portal of the pure bottle medicine garden had really stood in the middle of the medicine garden. The material of the portal was neither gold nor jade. The white door frame had no seam, and there was a beautiful engraved pattern on it. The center of the door frame was dark, and nothing could be seen. Whether it was from the front or the back of the door frame, it was the same, or there was no front or back at all. Where this dark portal led to, it was estimated that no one knew except the Immortal who had been killed by Yang Qin. Yang Qin directly put away the shuttle, then found a safe place and entered the medicine garden. Standing in front of the portal, Yang Chen was still hesitating whether to go in or not. If this was because he entered a portal in his own medicine garden and then he couldn't get out, it would be a big joke. The first floor of the medicine garden had the memory of his previous life, so Yang Qin was very relieved. However, now Yang Qin was not sure whether the second floor of the medicine garden left by the Immortal who was killed by him was a trap or a greater benefit. While hesitating, Xiao Tian, who had been cruising and playing in the medicine garden, suddenly twisted his body and slammed into the dark portal. Yang Qin didn't even have time to stop it. He saw a circle of ripples on the black portal, and then the figure of Xiao Tian disappeared without a trace. Xiao Tian was an important partner of Yang Qin. Although it was only discovered by accident, Yang Qin did cultivate Xiao Tian as his lifeblood. When he saw that Xiao Tian actually rushed in, he could no longer care about anything else. He took a step forward and rushed into the portal. In front of him was black, but it immediately became normal, and then Yang Qin immediately saw a familiar scene. He found himself in a huge space once again. The first thing that entered his eyes was a neat and tidy medicinal field. With just a casual glance, Yang Qin could tell that these were all elixirs that were at least 10,000 years old. Ginseng, Polygonum multiflorum, and other medicinal herbs that people in the secular world usually thought were good things grew almost like crops here. People who didn't know their stuff would definitely think that the ginseng field not far away was planted with carrots. Who would have thought that they were all 10,000-year-old ginseng with leaves exceeding the 10th grade? Not to mention the vermilion fruit, luohan bead, and huanyang grass. Any one of them was a 10,000-year-old spirit herb that could drive anyone crazy. Here, they were all planted neatly, as if they were soldiers waiting for inspection. You know, in his previous life, Yang Qin only found a 10,000-year-old vermilion fruit, which made Yang Lan kill the young palace master and blame it on Yang Qin. But at this moment, there were simply as many of these things as one wanted. How could one see any value in them? The figure of Xiao Tian rushed over and coiled on Yang Qin's arm. Seeing that Xiao Tian was fine, Yang Chen was also relieved. Turning around and glancing behind him, the dark door was still there, which also made Yang Chen feel at ease. Just as he was about to take a closer look at the things here, Xiao Tian suddenly screamed in one direction. Yang Chen was stunned, and his eyes immediately looked in that direction. The slave greets the master. In the direction of Xiao Tian's roar, two faint figures suddenly appeared, but they were the phantoms of two girls with two buns. The two figures were bowing to Yang Chen at this moment, but their bodies seemed to be trembling uncontrollably. In the medicine garden, this was his own territory. Yang Chen's body entered. Naturally, he would not use his spiritual awareness to explore. At first, he didn't find the two girls. It was Xiao Tian's reminder that Yang Chen noticed. With a sweep of his spiritual awareness, Yang Chen suddenly understood that these two girls were not real people, but the spirit of the medicine garden. It was estimated that this was also the reason why Xiao Tian would desperately rush in from the outside. This magic weapon spirit itself was Xiao Tian's favorite food. It was also a very normal thing for the two girls to tremble in front of Xiao Tian. However, it was also because of the deterrence of Xiao Tian that the two girls would appear to greet the master. Otherwise, if Yang Chen didn't pay attention, maybe the two spirits would have been hidden until the day he found out. Please forgive the master. The two spirit girls seemed to have the same mind, and even their voices were in unison. When Yang Chen came in, they didn't show up. Naturally, they didn't treat Yang Chen as the real master. Being forced out by Xiao Tian, of course, they had to apologize to Yang Chen. However, when Yang Chen's powerful spiritual awareness swept over their shadows, the two spirits felt the huge pressure of Yang Chen, almost crawling on the ground, and didn't dare to get up again. With this sweep of his spiritual awareness, Yang Chen immediately discovered that the two girls turned out to be yin and yang wood attributes. No wonder there would be two spirits, first wood and second wood. It just happened to contain all the growing wood medicinal materials in the medicine garden. Yin and yang complemented each other. No wonder all the medicinal materials in this medicine garden were growing very vigorously, but there was a special master taking care of them. Shortly after the spiritual awareness touched the two women, Yang Chen soon received two thoughts, but it was the two girls. Yang Chen's heart moved. The beast-controlling secret art was released, and these two thoughts were clearer. At the same time, two small light balls also flew out from the top of the two girls' heads and flew in front of Yang Chen. This scene was very familiar to Yang Chen. This was a trace of the life, source, monster soul. The two girls offered their life, source, monster soul, plus the thoughts that were transmitted. It was a posture of recognizing the master. Yang Chen did not hesitate at all and directly accepted the life, source, monster soul of the two girls. As soon as the monster soul entered Yang Chen's sea of consciousness, Yang Chen knew the true body of the two girls. The one on the left, wearing light green clothes, was a blue jade vine that specialized in detoxifying all kinds of poisons. The one on the right, wearing pink clothes, was a peach tree. It was easy to distinguish first wood and second wood. Slave Aju, Abai, greets the master. Yang Chen accepted the life, source, monster soul, and the two women looked happy. Then they opened their mouths again, and this time even their names were reported. Get up! Yang Chen commanded and let the two women get up. After standing up, Yang Chen discovered that he didn't know if the two women were intentional, or it was like this. The two women looked exactly the same. However, he didn't know how the two women became tool spirits. Even if they stood up, they still looked like nothingness, as if they had no substance at all. With a move in his heart, Yang Chen's spiritual awareness directly penetrated into the life, source, monster soul of the two women in his sea of consciousness. In just a moment, the figures of the two women seemed to solidify a lot. Chapter 613. With the infusion of Yang Chen's powerful spiritual awareness, the bodies of the two women became more and more solid. Looking at it again, it was no longer a phantom, but a solid body. Thank you, Master. Zhu and Bai certainly felt the changes in their bodies, and they bowed to Yang Qin again. Then Zhu said, "Master, the maids don't need Master to consume any more spiritual awareness, as long as Master adds some spiritual power." Yang Chen's spiritual awareness was already at the peak of the early Deshang stage, and it was unreasonably condensed. Just now, even 1 or 2% of it was not used, but the two women could no longer bear it. With the replenishment of spiritual power, Yang Chen was even more relaxed. Zhu belonged to the first wood. He directly controlled the extremely small trace of the first wood true essence in the gourd and sent it into Zhu's body. Suddenly, Zhu seemed to have eaten a big tonic. Her face quickly turned red, and then her body changed between a young girl and a peach tree countless times, and finally became a young girl again. With this change, Zhu looked no different from a real person. Bai next to her looked curious and envious. Of course, Yang Chen would not favor one over the other. With a wave of his hand, a second with spirit power was also sent into Bai's body. Compared with the first with true essence, the spiritual power of the blood phantom vine was not enough. It was not the purest, but for Bai, it was already a good nourishment. However, the second with spirit power had not yet condensed, and it took Yang Qin a lot of effort to complete the infusion of spiritual power. My second with spirit power is still a little short. When I find the second with true essence later, I will replenish your spiritual power again. Although the spiritual power had been replenished, compared with Zhu, Bai still lacked some of the most fundamental things in her aura. Yang Qin knew why, so he put down the words first. Both Zhu and Bai had handed over their life source monster souls to him, and their life and death were in the hands of Yang Qin. This was definitely his own people. Yang Qin would certainly not be stingy. "Thank you, Master." Zhu and Bai thanked Yang Qin again. Because of the connection with Yang Qin, Xiao Tian also understood that the two spirit girls could not move their mouths and obediently shrank on Yang Chen's arm. The two women were no longer so afraid, and their bodies stopped trembling. A lot of thoughts were transmitted from the original monster soul, and Yang Chen soon understood the origins of the two women. Zhu and Bai were originally the first two plants transplanted into the medicine garden by the original owner of the medicine garden. They were originally spirit plants that were over 10,000 years old. Because they were the oldest in the medicine garden, they were nurtured by the original owner of the medicine garden. Before the original owner of the medicine garden ascended, Zhu and Bai already had consciousness. However, he had only just awakened his spiritual wisdom and was far from becoming a demon. In fact, in the medicine garden, there were few medicinal materials that would develop spiritual wisdom. This kind of pure artificial spiritual power nourishment was impossible to turn the medicinal materials in the medicine garden into a demon. The reason why the two women would have consciousness was that they were outside, nourished by the spirit of heaven and earth and tempered by the essence of the sun and the moon, and they already had the qualifications to become a demon. Under the nourishment of the huge spiritual power of the medicine garden, they gradually opened their spiritual wisdom. However, it was obvious that the original owner of the medicine garden did not want to have two evildoers in his own medicine garden, so it was easy to extract their monster souls and refine them together with the medicine garden, becoming the spirit of the medicine garden's bottle. Of course, because their bodies were in the medicine garden, the two tool spirits did not suffer much damage. As a result, Zhu and Bai became the people responsible for taking care of all the medicinal materials in the medicine garden, until the original owner ascended and closed the second layer of the medicine garden, and also sealed the two women in it. If the new owner of the medicine garden could not open the second layer of the medicine garden, in the subconscious of the original owner, there was no way to become the owner of the medicine garden. Therefore, until Yang Chen entered the second layer of the medicine garden, Zhu and Bai did not and could not take the initiative to establish a master-servant relationship with Yang Chen. When Yang Chen came in, it was not that the two women did not want to communicate with Yang Chen, but because the first one to come in was Xiao Tian, and Yazi was almost the natural enemy of the Tool's spirits, the two women were scared on the spot and did not dare to move. If it weren't for the appearance of Yangqin, the two women would not dare to show up at all. Understanding the origin, Yangqin naturally would not have any complaints about the two women. Now that the two women had completely recognized him as their master, Yangqin had two more experts who could take care of the medicinal materials. In the future, the medicinal materials in the medicine garden would only grow better and better, and Yangqin could not help but be happy. Because of the existence of a Zhu and a Bai, Yangqin was now almost clear about the medicinal materials in the second layer of the medicine garden, even with the mentality of a great, principal, golden immortal. When Yangqin really understood what the medicinal materials in the medicine garden were, he was still shocked and couldn't believe it. The second layer of the medicine garden was much larger than the first layer, almost 1,000 miles in radius. Relatively speaking, it was almost a complete small world. Near the portal, there were only the most common elixirs, which were planted by the two women as crops. The ones that really needed all kinds of special environments were still far away. From a Zhu and a Bai, Yangqin soon knew what was in this medicine garden. Basically, it could be said that as long as the medicinal materials needed in the mortal world, there were almost all of them here. Not only those advanced ones, but even some of the herbs used by ordinary people in the mortal world were all here. However, no matter how ordinary it was, the ordinary herbs that have been carefully cared for tens of thousands of years have also become treasures. In addition to those special things, such as medicinal materials such as gold and stone, or things such as monster cores and devil spirits, as long as it was the medicinal materials needed for medicinal pills in the mortal world, Yangqin had almost all of them, and all of them were valuable 10,000 years old elixirs. Perhaps tens of thousands of years ago, these medicinal materials were very ordinary and not worth mentioning, so the immortal did not take the medicine garden with him when he ascended, but left an opportunity for the younger generation. Who could have thought that after tens of thousands of years, these ordinary things would become such rare treasures? Time can make many things decay, but it can also make many things extraordinary, and these tens of thousands of years old elixirs that have been carefully cared for a part of it, the medicine garden is well taken care of. Yangqin really praised. In the first layer of the medicine garden, Yangqin did not carefully plan it. What it was originally was still what it was now. With a Zhu and a Bai, he just let them take care of it. A Zhu and a Bai could also pass through the portal. When they followed Yangqin to the first layer of the medicine garden outside, a Bai first saw a lot of 10,000 years old elixirs there, as well as the blood phantom vine that had just recovered its vitality. As for a Zhu, she stared directly at the Penglai divine wood forest, opened her mouth wide, moved a few times and couldn't say anything. Chapter 614. As the first wood tool spirit of the medicine garden, at least in the understanding of trees such as the first wood, a Zhu also had a considerable eyesight. However, when she saw the Penglai divine wood's forest, she was still shocked by Yangqin's big move. Because of the closure of the second layer of the medicine garden, a Zhu and a Bai did not know that many new species were planted in the first layer. However, after all, both women were tool spirits. As soon as they came to the first layer, they almost immediately knew what was planted here. The original medicinal herbs were basically the seeds thrown out by a Zhu and a Bai thousands of years ago. Because of the relationship of the medicine garden, countless 1,000-year-old medicinal herbs have been successfully cultivated. Basically, what was there, the two women were probably clear. But now, there were so many more things. The 10,000-year spirit medicine was still ordinary. In the second layer, there were medicinal herbs that were tens of thousands of years old. However, the Penglai divine wood and the blood phantom vine were not common. In particular, the Penglai divine wood was simply the best of the best. This was already the purest first wood aura that could be heard in the mortal world. After standing for a long time, a Zhu reacted. As soon as she woke up, she immediately rushed directly into the Penglai divine wood forest. Feeling the pure first wood aura, She was overjoyed, as if she had gotten something she loved. Although the first wood true essence was the purest first wood aura, relatively speaking, Aju preferred the Penglai divine wood, a plant with a body. As a tool spirit, she shuttled through the Penglai divine wood forest like a happy deer. By next to her also had some curious things. She was now squatting in front of the blood phantom vine, curiously staring at the blood phantom vine up and down. Her body was a blue jade vine, which was a natural nemesis for the poisonous blood phantom vine. If this blood phantom vine was not planted by her master, maybe she would have already used her body to remove the poison of the blood phantom vine. Yang Chen did not speak, comparing Aju and Bai's familiarity with plants. It was simply showing off in front of an expert. The two tool spirits had a plant body, and after being sacrificially refined by the tool spirit, they almost had an instinct to communicate with plants. Although the various spirit medicines were not necessarily intelligent, Aju and Bai could understand the needs of the plants themselves through contact with the plant body. This would also allow the two women to take better care of the various spirit herbs. In this regard, Aju and Bai were definitely the most competent planting masters. No matter what plants were handed over to them, they would know how to cultivate them. The fact that none of the spirit herbs in the second layer of the medicine garden had withered was proof of this. Seeing that Aju had now stopped shuttling through the Penglai divine woods, but changed to holding the Penglai divine woods one by one, putting her small head on the trunk of each Penglai divine wood, as if listening to something. Aju's strange behavior seemed that Bai didn't care at all. After watching the blood phantom vine alone for a while, she began to work. As an artifact spirit, it had almost the same dominance as the owner of the herb garden. Soon, all the 10,000 years elixir transplanted later disappeared directly, and at the same time, Bai's figure also disappeared in front of Yangqin. However, Yangqin knew that Bai had already taken these elixirs into the second layer space, where it was more suitable for the growth of these elixirs. Aju was still inspecting the Penglai divine woods one by one, but Bai's work had been completed, and her figure appeared in front of Yangqin in the first layer space. Next, Bai was interested in the extra ocean around the space. Since Yangqin sacrificially refined it with the 10th water true essence, there was an extra ocean around the herb garden space. Although there were no marine elixirs growing in it, it already had a growth environment. It had to be said that even if Yangqin had the pill recipe in his memory, plus the pill recipe learned in this life, all the raw materials used in the medicinal pills were not as good as the medicinal herbs in the sea. It seemed that it was easy for everyone to ignore some of the materials on the seabed, but ordinary people would use some ordinary marine products such as sea cucumbers and fur seals that were easy to catch as medicine. Bai stood by the sea of the herb garden and soon understood what these were. With a wave of her little hand, most of the ocean disappeared without a trace. In Yangqin's mind, a scene soon appeared. In the second layer space of the herb garden, the edge of the space also expanded, turning into a small ocean. It seemed that after the sacrificial refining of the 10th water true secret art, even the second layer space began to grow larger. Next, Bai began to study the soil of the first layer of the herb garden. This was the soil that had been sacrificially refined by the 5th earth true essence. Although the original soil was already very fertile, there was no such pure 5th earth chi after all. Feeling this vigorous aura, Bai's little face was full of joy. Looking at Bai's appearance, she still wanted to move the soil that had been sacrificially refined by the 5th earth true essence into the second layer space. Yangqin directly stopped her. For Yangqin's obstruction, Bai looked very incomprehensible. Her face was full of grievances. Standing in front of Yangqin, she was very unhappy. Don't worry, after Aju's side is done, I will use the 5th earth true essence, 7th metal true essence, 1st wood true essence, and 10th water true essence to sacrificial refine the second layer of the herb garden. Yangqin explained with a smile. Hearing Yangqin's explanation, Bai turned from annoyance to joy, and a happy smile appeared on her face. Of course, Yang Chen was even happier. With a Zhu and a Bai, not only could he more thoroughly master the pure bottle herb garden, but he also had 2 more good hands to take care of the elixirs in the herb garden. This kind of thing couldn't be found with a lantern. A Zhu and a Bai clearly became stronger with the years to reach this point. If a Zhu and a Bai had such ability before the original owner ascended, it was estimated that the guy would have ascended with the pure bottle herb garden. Now it was all cheap to Yang Chen. As Zhu finally reached the last Penglai divine wood, clinging to the huge trunk, but her hands couldn't hold it. Her little face clung to the trunk. Her face was dignified, and it took a long time before she reluctantly let go. Master! Seeing that Yang Chen had been watching, Zhu was a little surprised. She quickly came over and rushed to Yang Chen with a curtsy. Do you like these Penglai divine woods? Yang Chen asked with a smile, and Zhu nodded heavily and answered affirmatively. But soon there was some hesitation. It seemed that there was something she didn't dare to say. What's wrong? Did I take care of it wrong? Yang Chen asked in confusion. If these Penglai divine woods were really destroyed because of him, it would be a great sin. Master, most of these Penglai divine woods seem to have some spiritual wisdom. Zhu didn't speak, but when she spoke, it directly shocked Yang Chen. Chapter 615. It has spiritual wisdom. Yang Chen was shocked and hurriedly asked, when did this happen? The general tree was not easy to open spiritual wisdom, but once it had spiritual wisdom, then with the deep accumulation of thousands of years, it was destined to become a master. The old tree demon Guishanyu was like this, and the same was true for the future Mu Bo Yang Chen. Couldn't imagine what kind of future it would have if the Penglai divine would become a spirit. If this was true, then compared with the Penglai divine would, whether it was the old tree demon or Mu Bo, these present and future masters, in front of the great accomplishment Penglai divine would demon, were definitely the role of the younger generation. It's the recent thing. Zhu replied very firmly, these Penglai divine woods have experienced tens of thousands of years of land nourishment with a trace of power of will, and have already buried a seed of spiritual wisdom. Recently it has been watered with a lot of first wood true essence, and the seed has begun to germinate slowly, but most people still can't detect it. Recently, Yang Chen was a little relieved. If the Penglai divine wood in his own medicine garden had any changes, and he did not know it, it also showed that he was too lazy. Nourished by the land with the power of will, it clearly said that it was in the temple of the earth. And at that time, Yang Chen dug out the location of the Penglai divine wood box. It should be the location where people worship the earth. Nourished by the power of will, there was actually a seed of spiritual awareness. It was indeed a magical thing. However, Master, it's a pity. Yang Chen was relieved. Zhu suddenly sighed, and Yang Chen was somewhat puzzled. What's a pity? Yang Chen did not understand what Zhu was referring to, and asked doubtfully. The last period of nourishment of the first wood true essence should be the most critical time to open the spiritual awareness. But when they accept the first wood true essence, they also fully accept the spiritual awareness of the Master. Zhu replied with regret. What will happen? Yang Chen still did not understand, but he knew why this was the case. At that time, Yang Chen wanted to control the flow of the first wood true essence, of course. He had to use his spiritual awareness to control it, which was also something that could not be helped. Once they gain sentience, they will automatically treat their master as their master. There was still a regretful tone in Azu's tone. It seemed that these Penglai divine wood demons were not worth it. Yang Chen was also stunned. As a cultivator, Yang Chen naturally knew the difference between a free demon race and a demon race that recognized a master. After recognizing a master, there would be some limitations. At least to a certain extent, the real experts were still the demons who cultivated on their own. However, now Yang Chen had no way. When he controlled the first wood true essence to irrigate the Penglai divine wood, he He simply wanted to absorb the first with true essence spiritual solution. He did not think about cultivating any monster race, nor did he think about giving these Panglai divine woods a spiritual awareness mark. It was completely unconscious. It was precisely because of this that the Panglai divine wood, which had been scoured by Yang Chen's spiritual awareness for a long time on the spiritual awareness seat, was not as simple as Yang Chen eliminating the spiritual awareness mark. They had already firmly remembered Yang Chen's spiritual awareness in their souls, and naturally recognized Yang Chen as their master. Even if it was his own medicine garden tool spirit, Aju still felt pity for these Panglai divine woods. This was not a betrayal of Yang Chen, but a pure pity for this kind of spiritual wood between the heavens and earth to suffer such a fate. Yang Chen also felt some pity, but in addition to the pity, there was a layer of joy. If this was the case, didn't it mean that he had so many more masters available to him out of thin air? Moreover, they were still the most loyal kind. How long will it take for them to open their spiritual awareness? Yang Chen quickly calmed his mind and asked very seriously, "At least 10 years, and they must always maintain that level of first with true essence irrigation." Aju roughly estimated and then replied, "For 10 years, and to always control the irrigation of the first with true essence." Even Yang Chen could not help but sigh. If he wanted to train a group of senior subordinates, it was also a hard effort. If I increase the irrigation speed of the first with true essence, will the effect be better? Yang Chen asked with a frown. If they could only serve the Panglai divine woods for 10 years, it would be a pity. Of course. Zhu glanced at Yang Chen and seemed to complain a little. If you can soak them in the first with true essence, the speed will be faster. If they are soaked in the first with true essence, will there be any problems? Yang Chen had been worried that these Panglai divine woods would have problems if they were irrigated by a large amount of first with true essence. So he tried to control the amount of first with true essence. Now that Aju said this, wasn't his previous efforts useless? One must know that the banyan tree Immortal's cave was not without tree demons, but it was still blown up by the first with true essence spiritual solution. Yang Chen was also for the sake of safety. Otherwise, he would not spend this kind of effort. The natural divine wood is not our ordinary wood. The stronger the first with true essence, the better. How can there be a problem? Aju quickly replied, "Does the master think that the divine word of this Panglai divine wood is easy to call out?" Being taught a lesson by a tool spirit, it was the first time for Yang Chen. However, this allowed Yang Chen to find a faster way to cultivate the Panglai divine wood. After thinking about it, Yang Chen still asked, "In this medicine garden, can it bear a lot of first with true essence?" "Of course, not in the first layer." Zhu replied seriously, "But the second layer is completely fine. There is no problem with how much first with true essence. Transplant them to the second layer." Yang Chen decisively commanded. The Panglai divine wood was naturally taken care of by Aju. Soon, Aju transplanted these Panglai divine woods to the appropriate location in the second layer. After doing all this, Aju and Abai curiously looked at Yang Chen, not knowing what he was going to do. Yang Chen did not explain, and directly controlled the space of the medicine garden, forming a huge pit on the side of the Panglai divine wood. Later, in the puzzled eyes of Aju and Abai, he took out the gourd, opened the bottle, and began to pour into the big pit. The first with true essence spiritual solution flew into the big pit like a waterfall. After a while, Yang Chen poured out half of the first with true essence spiritual solution, and the big pit was also filled. From the moment when the first with true essence spiritual solution began to pour, Aju and Abai directly became two stunned statues. Looking at the situation in front of them, they were shocked and could no longer move. Who could have thought that the precious first with true essence, the purest first with aura between heaven and earth, had actually been condensed into liquid drops? The most incredible thing was that such a spiritual solution, there was actually so much of a small lake. This kind of nourishment, how long will it take? Yang Chen put away the gourd, and asked casually. Chapter 616. Both Zhu and Bai had been there for a long time without making a sound. Even if they were tool spirits, even if their bodies were also blue jade vines and peach trees, even if they could mobilize all the spiritual power of the medicine garden to nourish a certain place at any time, when had they ever seen such a scene? The first wood true essence was not enough. It turned out to be a spiritual liquid condensed by the first wood true essence. This drop was enough to make people salivate, but Yang Chen poured it down as if it didn't cost anything. For a while, the two women were shocked and couldn't say a word. It wasn't until Yang Chen asked again that Zhu realized that the master had something to ask. After a hurried estimate, she quickly replied, "If this is the case, it will take at most 1 year before they will have spiritual wisdom and can start cultivating." Getting this answer, Yang Chen was also secretly happy in his heart. Each of these Penglai divine woods was of excellent quality. It was conceivable that after opening their spiritual wisdom, their aptitude for cultivation was absolutely not bad. With these dozens of loyal subordinates, Yang Chen could do a lot of things more easily. Take good care of them, Yang Chen told Zhu and Bai, and then returned to the outside. The two tool spirits, Zhu and Bai, have already received great benefits from Yang Chen, and Yang Chen promised to immediately sacrificial refine the second layer of the medicine garden space after coming out. So they were overjoyed. Naturally, they put Yang Chen's words in their hearts and did not dare to forget them. Yang Chen did not forget his original intention of coming out this time. The first wood true essence had been in his hands, and the first wood true secret art had also been completed. Next, he would go and collect the future little monstrous talent, Mubo. After identifying it, Yang Chen drove the shuttle to continue moving forward. Holding the medicine garden bottle in his hand, Yang Chen began the overall sacrificial refining. Now that Yang Chen's cultivation had risen by a large level, and his spiritual sense had become unreasonably strong, the sacrificial refining was much easier than in the past, and it also saved a lot of time. Originally, Yang Chen had already carried out the sacrificial refining of the second layer of the Heavenly Spirit Treasure Refining Secret Art and the fourth layer of the Earth Fiend Sacrificial Formation Secret Art. Now it was simply combined with the Dome Hall to carry out the sacrificial refining. In just half a year, Yang Chen re-refined the Medicine Garden to the second layer of Heavenly Dipper and the fourth layer of Earth Fiend. This time, with the promotion of the first with Jindan, Yang Chen immediately tried to carry out the sacrificial refining of the Heavenly Dipper third layer and the Earth Fiend sixth layer. The initial stage of the sacrificial refining process was smooth, as if it was a matter of course. Of course, Yang Chen also understood that Zhu and Bai recognized him as their master. The entire herb garden did not resist at all, so the refinement process was extremely smooth. Zhu and Bai happily looked at all the space of the medicine garden. The soil had all turned into the fifth earth layer, and after being sacrificial refined by the seventh metal true essence, even the land contained the seventh metal aura, with the meaning of earth giving birth to metal. The surrounding sea was wider, and the first wood was thriving. Compared with the first wood plants, the improvement of the second wood was not very obvious. First, Yang Chen did not have the second wood true essence, and second, Yang Chen did not have so much second wood true essence spiritual solution to nourish all the second wood medicinal materials. I really want to see what rare spirit medicines are in the ocean. A thought passed to Yang Chen's mind from the distant bottle, but it was the common thought of Zhu and Bai. There was no condition before, but now there was a wide ocean which was completely suitable for planting. There will be a chance. Yang Chen sent a wisp of thought to Zhu and Bai, and then stopped the sacrificial refining of the medicine garden's purified bottle, and began to think about where he was. According to Yang Chen's calculation, he had not yet reached the forest where Mubo was. However, the surrounding weather had already cooled down, and white snow began to appear along the way. Remembering that Mubo was born in a cypress forest, Yangchen opened his spiritual awareness and began to slowly look for cypress along the way. Now Yangchen's spiritual awareness could cover at least a few hundred miles. As long as the speed was a little slower, he could fly over, and he could know the movements within 100 miles. What kind of trees were there? It was naturally clear at a glance. After going north for thousands of miles, Yangchen noticed that there were many more cold astral winds around. Generally speaking, weaker demonic beasts would be severely injured by this kind of astral wind, not to mention the coldness that was mixed in it, which could almost freeze a person in an instant. It was just the cold or just the astral wind. The power was not much, but everyone knew that if something was frozen solid, when it was frozen and brittle, as long as a little force was used, the whole body would be crushed. The astral wind plus the cold was such an effect. It was no wonder that Mu Bo had such achievements later. Growing up in such an environment from the moment of germination, he grew up in hardship all the time, experienced countless sufferings, and faced the test of life and death at any time. Such a person, a monster, if he had no future, it would be a strange thing. Yangchen was in the shuttle and did not have to directly withstand this astral wind. However, after noticing the astral wind, Yangchen put away the shuttle and turned to flying on his own sword. Was there anything better than fighting against this kind of astral wind at any time to consolidate his cultivation base? The cold astral wind blew on the body. It was like countless knives scratching. Even Yangchen had to force the astral wind out of his body and fly slowly. But soon, Yangchen found that this effect was not good. He simply let go of the resistance, let the astral wind blow on his body, and he began to cultivate the yellow turbaned strongman body, refining technique, relying on the physical strength to resist the astral wind. The astral wind was mixed with ice and snow and kept hitting Yangchen's body. Yangchen's body seemed to be made of fine steel. No matter what hit it, it would be smashed. Under such circumstances, Yangchen unexpectedly found that in order to resist the cold and astral wind and this kind of ice and snow, the cultivation speed of the yellow turbaned strongman body, refining technique, had also improved. It seemed that this was a little passive defense effect under pressure. With such benefits, Yangchen was certainly not in a hurry to find Mu Bo immediately. In such a large, snow-raging area, while cultivating the yellow turbaned strongman body, refining technique, he slowly looked for the extremely rare cypress forest. He knew that it was in this direction, but he didn't know the specific location. In this area of millions of miles, it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. However, Yangchen was not in a hurry. Anyway, he could temper the yellow turban strongman body, refining technique. Even if he couldn't find it in the end, Yangchen would not be upset. It could only mean that Mu Bo and himself were not fated. For cultivators, fate was also very important. It was strange to say that when Yangchen slowly flew in this area with this mentality, he suddenly found a cypress forest within the scope of his spiritual awareness. Chapter 617. Intentionally planting flowers but not letting it bloom, unintentionally inserting willow trees. Perhaps this was the situation. When Yangchen was aware of this, he also slightly smiled. It seemed that this Mu Bo might really be fated with him in this life. Slowly flying over, Yangchen's spiritual awareness began to explore and scrupulously in the cypress forest. The appearance of such a cypress forest in the north was not a surprising thing, but in this extreme weather, it was somewhat rare. This cypress forest had a radius of 100 miles. Almost no one would set foot in this ice field, so there was no trace of human habitation here. After the powerful spiritual awareness scanned it, Yangchen soon discovered that there was a spiritual vein under this cypress forest. No wonder there would be so many cypress trees growing, and there would also be an enchanting guy like Mu Bo. It turned out to be like this. The spiritual awareness of the Deshang stage explored it, and the movement in the cypress forest was almost clear at a glance. After a while, Yangchen found at least 100 cypresses. The cultivation base was from the Qi refining stage to the peak Jiran stage. Yang Chen couldn't determine which one was the Mubo he was looking for, so he could only look for it according to his cultivation aptitude. Speaking of it, these cypress trees that could become monsters were all outstanding in this cypress forest. Otherwise, it would be impossible to stand out among almost hundreds of thousands of cypress trees. However, the Mubo that Yang Chen was looking for was a rare genius, and his cultivation aptitude was absolutely outstanding. Therefore, as long as Yang Chen found the best one, it should not be wrong. Of course, the aptitude was not absolute. The acquired character and opportunity could also change the conditions of a person's life. This was the case for humans, and the same was true for monsters. Under the pressure of Yang Chen's Deshang stage spiritual awareness, even the cypress monster, who had already reached the peak Jedon stage, could not help but tremble slightly. Although these cypresses have not been transformed, all of them were in the shape of big trees. It seemed that only the trunks and treetops were shaking with the strong wind, but Yang Chen understood that they were afraid. A peak Jedon stage cultivator, being explored by a master of the Deshang stage with his spiritual awareness, would definitely be scared out of his wits. Of course, a freak like Yang Chen was an exception. This group of cypresses was in such a state. They all thought that they were being stared at by a master of the Deshang stage, so they were all silent and did not dare to make any extra movements. Every cypress monster Yang Chen carefully explored. Each situation, Yang Chen had some understanding. Soon, Yang Chen's attention was focused on the two cypresses. One was naturally the cypress monster of the peak Jedon stage, and the other was a little cypress monster that had just condensed its dan. The one with the highest cultivation base, Yang Chen would certainly pay attention. However, Yang Chen found that this cypress monster of the peak Jedon stage was not the best. The reason why it had the highest cultivation base was because it was the oldest. Under the nourishment of the spiritual vein for many years, it had reached the present stage. The other young little cypress monster was the one with the best qualifications that Yang Chen had. The body was holding the crown of the tree in the surrounding ordinary cypress, and there was no trace of side branches on the long trunk. The trunk was straight up, and there was no scar or anything else. The root system was very solid and developed, almost several times larger than the surrounding cypresses. In addition to this, there was another point. This little cypress monster had a mellow spiritual power than others. Even if it was in the same realm, it was a bit stronger than those around it. After determining these two goals, Yang Chen used the beast-controlling secret art to convey his thoughts. Soon, he came into contact with the thoughts of the cypress monster of the peak Jedon stage. I don't know which expert is coming. Please forgive me. As the oldest and most qualified cypress monster, the old tree of the peak Jedon stage naturally became the patriarch of this cypress family. Being oppressed by Yang Chen's Deshang realm spiritual awareness, the old tree took it for granted and asked Yang Chen to forgive him first. We have not offended him. Why should we ask him to forgive us? A thought next to him was very clear. Yang Chen could not help but laugh. This expression of dissatisfaction was actually the little cypress monster that he had taken a fancy to. Yang Chen did not speak. He angrily snorted, and a spiritual awareness oppressed over. The spiritual awareness of the Deshang realm directly descended on the head of the little cypress monster. Suddenly, the little cypress monster seemed to have a big mountain on its head. The figure of Yang Chen seemed to have suddenly turned into the most powerful god, and he could crush the little cypress monster into pieces at any time and anywhere. Under such pressure, the little cypress monster suddenly burst out, and its body suddenly showed a green color. The snowflakes on the canopy fell, and it unexpectedly resisted the pressure of Yang Chen's spiritual awareness. It did not want to give in at all. At first glance, it was a stubborn kid. Interesting. Yang Chen sneered, and the sneer made people shudder. Master, calm your anger. The child is not sensible. I also ask the master to forgive him. When the old cypress saw it, He was almost scared into a cold sweat. Fortunately, he was just a cypress and would not sweat. However, he still hurriedly expressed to Yang Qin the intention to ask Yang Qin to calm his anger. This little cypress monster was his descendant. Now that Yang Qin was a senior, he still dared to contradict him like this, which really made the old cypress shocked. If Yang Qin was angry and destroyed their whole family, it did not seem to be a big deal, and with Yang Qin's spiritual awareness, it was not a difficult thing. He was not afraid of pressure, and even dared to express his opinion in the face of the spiritual awareness of the Deshang realm. His will was tenacious. Yang Qin had even determined that this little guy was the future generation monster Mu Bo he was looking for. If you want me to calm my anger, I can. Yang Qin directly sent a message to the old tree in the peak Jedon realm. This little guy is very interesting. I intend to accept him as a disciple. What do you think? Just now, he was still under the pressure of the spiritual awareness, and in the blink of an eye, he wanted to accept a disciple. This change made the old tree puzzled for a while. Looking at Yang Qin, he did not know what he wanted to do. I think he has a good aptitude. I intend to accept him as a disciple. What do you think? Seeing the old tree in a daze, Yang Qin asked again. Only then did the old tree react. It hurriedly transmitted its thoughts. It's my grandson's fortune that you've taken a fancy to him. I can't ask for more. I don't want to be his disciple. The old tree expressed his willingness here, and the little cypress over there said with some dissatisfaction. When he opened his mouth, the old tree was so scared that he almost rushed over to cover his mouth. You don't want to. Yang Qin was a little surprised. If someone in the monster race was willing to support them, almost all of them wanted it, but this little guy was actually unwilling? Chapter 6:18. You are just a cultivator in the early Jedon stage. Why should you be my master? This time, the little guy directly said the true cultivation base of Yang Qin, and even recognized that Yang Qin was not a monster race cultivator, but a cultivator. Yang Qin was stunned. He had been using his spiritual awareness to suppress all the cypresses here, just to give them an illusion, let them feel that he was a master of the Deshang stage and dare not resist. Even the old tree in the peak Jedon stage was deceived by him, but it was seen through by the little tree monster. After being in a daze, Yang Qin couldn't help but admire in his heart. This time he picked up a treasure. Regardless of whether the little tree monster was the evildoer Mu Bo, this eyesight and the means of not being suppressed by spiritual awareness could definitely occupy a place among the future monster race masters. You are just in the Jedon stage. Listening to the words of the little tree monster, the old tree in the peak Jedon stage also began to shake. He was very clear about the eyesight of his grandson. Even he could not hide it. Yang Qin turned out to be only in the early Jedon stage, and he still called him a senior. Yang Qin's spiritual awareness was too powerful. When it was released to suppress these cypresses, they almost did not dare to doubt it. There was also a little tree monster who raised questions. I am in the early Jedon stage, but I can still be your master. Yang Qin's figure had fallen and stood in front of the little tree monster. Talk after you've defeated us. The little tree monster could not speak, but the idea that was transmitted arrived at the same time, but it was his thick branch. The little tree monster was very confident, and Yang Qin was very sure of this. This showed that it was not the first time he did this kind of thing. That is to say, the little tree monster at least competed with other companions here. With his strength in the early Jedon stage, he dared to challenge Yang Qin, and he was still so confident, indicating that he had won more than once. Maybe the old cypress was not his opponent. The early Jedon stage could deal with the peak Jedon stage. This kind of strong performance could almost be compared with the current Yang Qin. Yang Qin was now more and more interested in the performance of the little tree monster. He was almost certain that this little guy was the future evildoer Mu Bo standing in the same place. Yang Qin did not move and directly used his body to take the attack of the little tree monster. Boom! The thick branches of the little tree monster were drawn on Yang Qin's body. His body which had been tempered by Yang Chen's yellow turbaned strongman body, refining technique, still felt a burst of pain. If he had not been prepared and had already prepared the golden bell, this blow might have made Yang Chen's skin be torn. It's not strong enough, and the means of attack are single. Yang Chen shook his head at the little tree monster in front of him, and still did not make a move. Yang Chen shook his head at the little tree monster in front of him, and still did not make a move. This was a common method of the tree monster. Once entangled by the roots, they would be bound and then get tighter and tighter and finally unable to support and die. However, Yang Chen just stretched out his hand and pulled his arms, and the thickest root that entangled himself was pulled away. Then Yang Chen just pulled a few times, but the little tree monster clearly felt a huge force pulling his limbs apart and could no longer entangle Yang Chen. Boom! A large tree trunk suddenly stretched out around. But some of the surrounding cypresses saw that the situation was not good, and they all attacked. Yang Chen still did not dodge, and let the attack fall on him. Bang, bang, bang. A series of sounds rang out. A group of cypresses only felt that their attacks fell on an iron lump, and the strength of the shock even made them feel pain. Whiz! There was a sound of an object crossing the space at high speed, and an emerald green light and shadow cut through the space, directly chopping at the throat of Yang Chen. With a crisp sound, the green shadow stopped, but it was a wood attribute flying sword. At first glance, it was refined from its own body, but at the moment, it stopped in front of Yang Chen's throat, and it could not move an inch. Flying sword is good, but the tempering time is too short, and the material is single. There is no other material to supplement, whether it is sharpness or texture. It is somewhat lacking. Yang Chen turned his head and looked at the owner of the flying sword, the old cypress in the peak Jian stage. Here, only he had the ability to refine the flying sword, and other cypresses did not have such a level. This was the sorrow of ordinary monster cultivators. For a long time, in the absence of inheritance, they could only cultivate according to their own instincts. In terms of refining and alchemy, they were very weak, even if they were as strong as the old tree monster Gui Shanyu. They also had the same problem. It was not until he met Yang Chen that he gradually changed his view. You have all moved your hands. Now it should be my turn, right? Yang Chen smiled at the old cypress. This smile in the eyes of the old cypress suddenly had a bad feeling. The old cypress hurriedly passed a trace of thought. Sir, please be merciful. As soon as the thought arrived, the figure of Yang Chen had already appeared beside him. It was not seen how Yang Chen attacked, but he just reached out and hugged the body of the old cypress. His arms exerted force and shouted, "Up!" The huge body of the old cypress, under the pull of Yang Chen's arms, began to leave the ground and was pulled out by Yang Chen. Yang Chen did not give the old cypress a chance. His hands changed position again and again, but in an instant the body of the old cypress was completely pulled out of the ground. Grabbing the main root of the old cypress without using any spiritual power, he directly threw it up. The huge and complete cypress was directly thrown into the air by Yang Chen, and then fell to the ground far away. With a bang, it hit the ground heavily. Although the old cypress was already at the peak Jian stage, its body had never left the ground, and it began to panic. Yang Chen no longer cared about it. His figure flashed again, and he came in front of the little tree monster, doing the same thing. No matter how the little tree monster struggled, and how the roots continued to penetrate the depths of the ground, it could not resist the huge force from Yang Chen's hands. After a while, the body of the little tree monster was pulled out of the ground, and then Yang Chen followed the law, throwing the little tree monster and the peak Jian stage old cypress together. The old patriarch and the future star were pulled out by Yang Chen, and the other cypresses around them were almost crazy. Countless branches and stones, like raindrops, flew toward Yang Chen. Quiet! Yang Chen's voice suddenly became loud, and then there was a buzzing sound in his body, as if a giant bell was ringing in Yang Chen's body, and the low bell sound quickly spread around. Everything that flew to Yang Chen turned into powder silently in an instant. As long as the bell sound was within the range, those cypresses that launched the attack were like being hit by a heavy blow. All stopped moving, and all the branches also softly hung down. At first glance, it seemed that they had fallen into a coma. Chapter 619. Unexpectedly, the old cypress and the little tree monster remained awake. An old man and a young man looked at Yang Chun at the moment, as if they were looking at a devil, full of horror. "It's really easy to destroy you," Yang Chun said as he walked to the side of the old and the young. The two tree monsters were rerouting their roots into the soil. When they saw Yang Chun coming over, the little tree monster still wanted to fight. Yang Chen's body suddenly rushed out of two fire dragons and quickly surrounded the two cypresses. Two fire dragons, one purple and one green, flew up and down around the two cypresses and even rubbed their bark as they flew. The raging flame exuded a fierce high temperature, so there was no doubt that Yang Chin could turn them into ashes at any time if he wanted. "What did you do to them?" The little tree monster was indeed persistent. At this time he did not care about the situation of himself and the old cypress, but asked about the situation of other cypresses. They just temporarily lost consciousness. Yang Chin replied with a smile. For the little guy who still cared about his companions in this situation, Yang Chun was more and more in tune with his appetite. In order to show that he did not lie, Yang Chen's heart moved, his spiritual power was stimulated, and the golden bell in his body made a muffled sound. But this time it was not like the last time that people were stunned, but it woke them up. Soon all the surrounding cypresses woke up. Everyone saw the two fire dragons beside the old cypress and the little tree monster, and all of them were shocked. But at this moment, everyone knew that the lives of the two people were hanging in the hands of Yang Chin, so no one dared to act rashly. In fact, with the previous blow, all the cypresses knew that even if they joined up, they could not be the opponent of Yang Chin. Now that the patriarch's life was hanging by a thread, no one dared to easily anger Yang Chin, for fear that Yang Chen's anger would lead to unpredictable consequences. It must be known that at this moment, the life and death of the old patriarch and the little tree monster were really in the hands of Yang Chin. The flying sword is still lacking. "Why don't you take a look at my flying sword?" Yang Chen reached out, and the first wood flying sword appeared in his hand. Even if there was no sword flight or attack, the appearance of the first wood flying sword had already made the cypresses widen their eyes. Taking a few steps forward, Yang Chin stood not far from the body of the old cypress and the little tree monster. He let go of the first wood flying sword and drew a big circle in front of the cypress monsters. Then the sharp blade made two soft sounds and cut the bark of the old cypress and the little tree monster. Yang Chen's first wood flying sword had reached the point where the spiritual power was converged. Looking at the flying sword, at most it looked good. With the level of these cypresses, it was impossible to perceive the first with spirit power on the flying sword. However, the old cypress and the little tree monster, who had their bark cut, felt the pure first with spirit power contained in the flying sword at the moment when the flying sword cut their bodies and their eyes shone. Until the first wood flying sword disappeared from Yang Chen's body, the eyes of the old cypress and the little tree monster were still reluctant to follow the green afterimage. The old cypress had already put away his flying sword, which could almost be equivalent to a broken sword, and his eyes were full of eagerness. "Do I have the qualifications to accept you as a disciple now?" Yang Chen's eyes swept over the little tree monster and asked very casually. In fact, needless to say, the little tree monster had already been convinced. However, his stubborn temper still made him like a child. When he saw Yang Chen's eyes looking over, he turned his head in anger and did not speak. It is his blessing that Master is fond of him. The old cypress really saw the wind and saw the rudder. He had just discovered that Yang Chen was in the early Jedon stage. He wanted to turn his face, but this time he immediately changed the direction of the wind. There was such a powerful guy in the Jedon stage willing to accept the little tree monster as a disciple. It was really a blessing of 8 lifetimes. Your qualifications are good, but without a good cultivation method, without the guidance of a master, even if you can stand out in the future, your achievements will be limited. In front of the little tree monster, Yang Chen did not blush and said these words that he did not believe. I can guide you. I can give you the best cultivation method. I can also give you the best magic weapon, the most suitable medicinal pill, and let you become a famous figure in the world. You can think about it. I will never force you. The old tree monster listened to Yang Chen's words, and almost his saliva flowed out. The best cultivation method, the best magic weapon, the most suitable medicinal pill. Even the monster race had to covet it. These things that Yang Chen said were too far away from the large cypress monsters here. Cultivation method, can you also teach my people? The little tree monster finally turned his head and hesitated for a long time before he asked. No. Yang Chen directly shook his head and replied, even if it is your people, it cannot be passed on easily unless they join my sect. Otherwise, if it is passed on to the outside, I will personally take it back. I think you understand what I mean by taking it back. It was not that Yang Chen cherished these cultivation methods. It was really that some things, if they were not hard-earned, would not be cherished too much. And for the fairness of reward and punishment, it was not necessarily a good thing. How could there be such a good thing in the world? He had not even made the slightest contribution, yet he was already receiving benefits? For Yang Chen's statement, it seemed that the little tree monster also had some expectations, but when he really heard it, he still had some regrets. He originally wanted to take this opportunity to get a little benefit for his people, but he did not expect Yang Chen to be so tight-lipped. However, Yang Chen did not completely refuse. As long as they joined the Chunyang Palace, they could learn the cultivation methods of the Chunyang Palace. To put it bluntly, it was still a problem of standing in line, which was actually very easy to solve. At present, no one had come here to win them, and their group of cypresses, the highest cultivation base, was only a peak Jedon stage. It really could not attract the attention of others. This old man is willing to lead the whole family to join Sir's sect. The old cypress hurriedly expressed his position to Yang Chen. After that, he remembered that he still did not know the identity of Yang Chen, let alone which sect Yang Chen belonged to. He could only ask with some embarrassment, Sir, I haven't asked. I am Yang Chen of the Chunyang Palace. Yang Chen did not hide his identity, and said it directly, and did not conceal the strength of the Chunyang Palace. For the time being, my sect can only be regarded as a second-rate sect, not a first-class one. I will let you down. Willing, I am willing. The old cypress hurriedly expressed his position. What a joke! A second-rate sect was not something that these rogue cultivators could compare with. Not to mention anything else, just looking at Yang Chen, who was only in the early Jedon stage, he could sweep them all, and he also let them attack before counterattacking. Such a powerful character, how bad would the sect be? Still not paying respects to the master? The old cypress saw that the little tree monster still hesitated, and hurriedly reminded him. This time, the little tree monster did not insist on anything, and directly bowed to the trunk of Yang Chen. Disciple Mu Bo greets master. Chapter 620. Mu Bo! This little guy was really Mu Bo. Yang Chen listened to him, and his face also showed a smile. The future monstrous talent Mu Bo finally worshipped under his own door. With Mu Bo's apprenticeship in Yang Chen's mind, in addition to receiving Mu Bo's intention to become his apprentice, there was also a monster soul. This was just like the monster soul that Yang Chen paid for the deal with Shikue and Xiasha. The apprenticeship of the monster race was by no means a simple kowtow, but it was necessary to establish a master-apprentice relationship on the monster soul. Compared to the apprenticeship of the cultivators, it was much more formal. Moreover, there was a monster soul exchange. Generally speaking, the monster race would not betray their master. At this point, the monster race was much more important than the human cultivators. Get up! Yang Chen reached out slightly and accepted Mu Bo's apprenticeship. Next, the old cypress took the whole family to join the Chunying Palace Hall of Eccentrics. In this matter, Yangqin could, of course, make a direct decision. Presumably, the head of the palace would not say much. After all the loyal monster souls of the cypress monsters were received, Yangqin was not stingy. The cultivation methods prepared for Mu Bo were directly put to use. This is a foundation-laying cultivation method. Your cultivation relies too much on instinct, and the level is not high. Since it was a member of the sect, Yangqin certainly would not hide it. He directly commented, "You can start practicing this cultivation method again, regardless of the level of cultivation, especially the old patriarch." Yangqin turned his head to the side of the old cypress patriarch and smiled. Before the cultivation of the old patriarch, there are some detours, so he could not form his nascent soul. After the foundation is relaid, forming the nascent soul will not be a problem. The old patriarch was also a knowledgeable person. After getting the jade slip and scanning it with his divine sense, he immediately understood the brilliance of it. Compared to staying here alone and relying on his instincts to cultivate, he did not know how many times better it was. Under the great joy, he immediately thanked him. There is also a spirit tempering art cultivated by the Yao clan, a cultivation technique for cultivating one's divine sense. Yangqin also took out a copy of the cultivation technique jade slip that he had obtained from the banyan tree cave and handed it over to the old patriarch. Cultivate your divine sense more. It will be beneficial. There was no need for Yangqin to elaborate. Everyone knew the benefits of cultivating their spiritual consciousness. Not to mention anything else, just Yangqin in the early Jedon stage could release the spiritual awareness of the Deshang stage, and the people of their clan were suppressed and did not dare to move. His power was evident. Hearing what Yangqin said, everyone was naturally happy. There's also a demonic king transformation art. It can allow you to leave your original body and transform into a demonic body. Since he was going to give them to them, he might as well give them all at once. This time, Yangqin took out the first step demon king transformation art. This monster king transformation secret art was not the transformation secret art that Yangqin obtained from the spiritual world, but the cultivation method on the jade slip that he snatched from the hands of the second city lord. After cultivation, one could not directly transform into a human body, but become a monster body with a human body and a monster head. Most of the monster race in the banyan tree cave cultivated this cultivation method. If this cultivation method of the monster race could be cultivated to the highest level, it could also be separated from the monster body, but it required a deep effort. Yangqin did not require them to be able to cultivate to the extreme. As long as their cultivation base reached a certain level, they could transfer to the transformation secret art of the spiritual world and directly transform into a human body. Of course, these things were the benefits of joining the new sect. Yangqin said that there were higher-level cultivation methods, but they needed to reach the Yuanying stage to be able to cultivate, including the transformation secret art. The spiritual veins under this cypress forest were somewhat scattered. Yangqin personally made a move and arranged a spirit gathering formation within a radius of 10 miles, which could effectively restrain the overflow of these spiritual veins within this range. Hundreds of cypresses cultivated in this spirit gathering formation, and the effect was at least several times stronger than before. Even if they haven't started to cultivate the foundation laying cultivation method, the strength of the spiritual power alone made everyone surprised. With the organization, it was really different. Cultivation methods, spiritual veins, almost instantaneously. The old patriarch almost jumped up with excitement. Others had not seen these cultivation methods, but the old patriarch had seen them from the beginning. Although he did not cultivate it, he also knew that it was definitely a powerful cultivation method suitable for their clan. At the same time of excitement, the old patriarch also felt lucky for his grandson's luck. If it wasn't for Yang Chen looking at Mu Bo and wanting to accept him as an apprentice, maybe this large and small family of hundreds of cypresses dared to contradict Yang Chen before, and they would be directly exterminated by Yang Chen. Thinking of this, the old patriarch was also full of fear. However, now there was no such concern at all. They joined the Chunyang Palace Hall of Eccentrics, and Mu Bo was also accepted as an apprentice by Yang Chen. In the future, they would barely be a family, and they would no longer have to worry about Yang Chen looking for them to settle accounts. Naturally, the old patriarch could also think that with Yang Chen's magnanimity, he would definitely not put that little thing in his heart. I will stay here for a while and guide Mu Bo's cultivation. Yang Chen accepted the apprentice and did not talk much nonsense. He directly explained his arrangements. During this time, if you have any questions in cultivation, you can also ask me. I will try my best to answer. The old patriarch was overjoyed and immediately began to pass down the cultivation method. Then he respectfully invited Yang Chen to do a lecture and explain these cultivation methods in detail. This kind of work of pointing out new people, Yang Chen had already done it skillfully when he was a disciple in Yeshio Villa. Although it was only a monster race cultivation method, under Yang Chen's experience, a foundation-laying cultivation method of the monster race, there was really nothing that could baffle Yang Chen. No matter who raised the question, Yang Chen could find an absolutely suitable answer, and it was an answer that these cypresses had never heard or seen before. But they didn't need to practice to feel that it was reasonable. There were a few cypresses who were not convinced at first, and even asked a few problems they had encountered in their previous cultivation. Now that they had solved it, they wanted to embarrass Yang Chen through these. As a result, what surprised all the cypresses was that Yang Chen did not even think about it and answered their questions. Moreover, he directly concluded that they no longer had these problems. How did they solve it at that time? What method should be more appropriate? It was as if he had seen it with his own eyes. Yang Chen's words almost hit the crux of all the guys who asked questions. After listening to Yang Chen's explanation, they understood what mistakes they had made in the past. Originally, they were complacent that they had passed a certain threshold. Now they understood that many of the troubles in cultivation were the sequelae left over from that year. This time, everyone was sincerely convinced. After this time, no one had any doubts about Yang Chen. All of them were humbly asking for advice, especially the old cypresses and Mu Bo who asked the most frequently, and Yang Chen also explained patiently. Anyway, when a person asked a question, everyone was in contact with Yang Chen at the same time. Everyone was of the same race, and many of the problems were the same. Chapter 6:21. After listening to Yang Chen's explanation, when they cultivated again, everyone clearly felt the improvement of their cultivation speed. This was not only the credit of the spirit gathering array, but the improvement brought by the cultivation method of the system could not be underestimated. For a time, the entire cypress monster family was all rejoicing, and everyone's confidence was greatly boosted. Even the old cypress seemed to see the hope of forming his nascent soul. Wood monsters were different from other cultivators. Sometimes when their cultivation realm was low, they could not wait to attack a high realm before their lifespan would run out and they would die. But the wood monsters were not the same. Generally, as long as the wood monsters opened their spiritual wisdom, they could basically survive for many years. Compared with human beings, it was too long. Basically, when the human cultivators had died, the wood monsters could still rely on their long life to slowly attack the realm. If at this time, with someone's guidance, naturally there was a great hope to enter a high level. Although everyone was happy, this did not prevent everyone from envying Mu Bo, because after passing the cultivation method to everyone, Yang Chen actually took Mu Bo directly to the other side and began to teach him alone. However, even if they were envious, they could not be envious. Yang Chen was now the master of Mu Bo. It was normal for the master to instruct the disciple alone. Even if other cypresses were envious, they could only sigh. Yang Chen taught alone. Not only did he take Mu Bo to the side, but but he also directly arranged a magic array to isolate the spiritual awareness of all the cypresses. He and Mu Bo were in the array, and others could not explore the situation inside. Mu Bo, your cultivation qualifications are very good, so even if you practice the same cultivation method as everyone else, you can still be outstanding. Yang Chen explained to Mu Bo very seriously, so in terms of cultivation method, I will not take too special care of you for the time being. Master has already taught this disciple the foundation-laying cultivation method. This disciple understands. Mu Bo respectfully responded to Yang Chen. There was no dissatisfaction. You have this mentality, very good. Yang Chen nodded and praised with satisfaction. However, since I am your master and you are my disciple, I still have to give you a greeting gift. Following Yang Chen's words, a large pile of leaves suddenly appeared in Yang Chen's hand. At this time, Mu Bo also looked over. When he saw the large pile of leaves, his eyes suddenly lit up. The pile of leaves exuded an extremely pure firstwood aura, which was the favored aura of the firstwood monster race. Like Mu Bo, Yang Chen said that this was a greeting gift for him. Could this be it? In Yang Chen's hand was a large pile of leaves of Penglai divine wood. However, these leaves were taken from the Penglai divine wood that Yang Chen used to refine the firstwood flying sword. In fact, at that time, Yang Chen only took the trunk and main root. Many of the side branches and leaves were cut off, and he did not replant them. These scattered branches and leaves were just a tonic for Mu Bo. Of course, his current cultivation base was still low, far from being able to directly swallow a whole Penglai divine wood like the old tree demon Guishanyu. However, there was no problem at all in absorbing these leaves for the time being. I will stay here for a year. These leaves and some branches, during this year, you can absorb as much as you can. Yang Chen said directly. These things were left for Mu Bo. Of course, he would absorb as much as he could. Although Mu Bo did not know what kind of tree these leaves were, he could understand the preciousness of these leaves simply by instinct. When he heard that there were still some branches, he was even more surprised. He immediately thanked Yang Chen again, and then took the leaves from his hand. The trunk cracked open a small mouth and put the leaves of the Penglai divine wood in it. During the time when Mu Bo absorbed the leaves of the Penglai divine wood, Yang Chen also stayed here. In addition to pointing out the cultivation of the cypresses, he was tempering his own body refining technique. The bitter wind tempered all the cypresses here extremely well. Although it was not so powerful when facing Yang Chen knew how strong these guys were if they were put outside. These cypresses, in addition to conquering them by force, Yang Chen also needed to be gentle and let them be completely loyal to the Chunying Palace. The previous cultivation method and spirit gathering array, together with the guidance of Yang Chen, were soft. However, these were not enough. Yang Chen still wanted to add more. For these ordinary cypresses, Yang Chen also gave them a motivation to cultivate. A branch of the Penglai divine would with the thickness of a finger, as long as one of them cultivated to the peak Jedon realm, they could get such a branch as a reward. Of course, the premise was to use the brand new foundation cultivation method of the tree monster, rather than the self-exploration method of their original cultivation. The attraction of the Penglai divine wood was really extraordinary. Although the cypresses did not know what the branch was, the pure aura exuded from it made them instantly attracted. The eyes of the big tree scars on the trunk almost burst out of fire, staring at the branches and wishing to swallow them with their eyes. In addition, you can't cultivate the monster body now, let alone the human form, so you can't return to the sect for the time being. Yang Chen said some words in the front and also left enough space for himself. The transformation secret art is carefully cultivated. After 30 years, it is estimated that you can all cultivate the monster body. At that time, I will come back to take you back to the sect. The environment here is special, and the cold wind is of great benefit to the body refining. On weekdays, all the cultivation must be carried out in the astral wind. Yang Qin did not want these guys to be greedy for the overflowing aura in the Spirit Gathering Array. The Spirit Gathering Array only allows each person to stay in it for up to 4 hours a day, so the aura is concentrated and it is good for everyone. No one disobeyed Yang Chen's words. His instructions had already made all the cypresses here shocked. Since the previous instructions were so correct, what he said now must be correct. Mu Bo's qualifications were really outstanding. In less than a month, he absorbed all the leaves of the Penglai Divine would given to him by Yang Qin. In the spiritual power of his cultivation, there was also a trace of the aura of the Penglai Divine wood. For his own apprentice, Yang Qin would certainly not be stingy. He directly gave all the remaining leaves of the Penglai Divine wood to Mu Bo. These were prepared for him. The earlier Mu Bo absorbed it, the earlier he would become the powerful evildoer in the future. While guiding the cultivation of Mu Bo and guiding the cultivation of the cypresses, Yang Chen did not forget to temper his yellow, turbaned strongman body, refining technique day and night. When everyone saw that Yang Chen was cultivating in the astral wind, they were even more unwilling and followed. Soon, a year had passed in the midst of everyone's painstaking cultivation. Chapter 6:22. During the year, in addition to the normal cultivation of the foundation-laying cultivation method, the transformation secret art and the spirit refining secret art, Mu Bo spent the rest of the time constantly absorbing the branches and leaves of the Penglai Divine wood given to him by Yang Qin. A whole leaf of the Penglai Divine wood, Mu Bo only took half a year to completely absorb it. At first, the speed was still relatively slow, but later it became faster and faster, from 1 leaf to 10 leaves and then to 100 leaves. The speed was more than 100 times faster than before, and the aura of the Penglai Divine wood was getting stronger and stronger. Other cypresses certainly discovered the changes in Mu Bo, but everyone was not jealous. First, Mu Bo was their younger generation. Second, Mu Bo was the apprentice of Yang Qin. The master gave the apprentice a little benefit. It was really not worth being jealous. Half a year later, Yang Qin began to give Mu Bo some small branches. If it was too thick, Mu Bai couldn't do anything about it now. Don't look at Mu Bo, who was already a master of the Jedon stage. But he relied on his own instinct to cultivate. After all, it was not enough. All the spiritual power was recultivated, and with the help of the Penglai Divine wood, the advancement was also unusually fast. After all, there was the foundation of the Jedon stage. Just like Gaoyu in the past, even if he gave up his original cultivation base and recultivated his spiritual power, the advancement was also rapid. In half a year, Mu Bo had recultivated to the middle stage of the Qi refining stage. The speed of advancement was even unmatched by people like Yang Qin and Gaoyu, who had the full value of the acquired spirit root. The monster race was sometimes different from human cultivators, especially the tree species. The long-term accumulation over the years made it very easy for them to cross the threshold, and they did not even have to worry about the consolidation of their cultivation base. Of course, the premise was that these accumulations were long enough, and Mu Bo met such conditions. In fact, every tree demon would experience thousands of years or even longer before opening their wisdom, so the accumulation of these times was not a problem for them at all. This was also the reason why the tree ants were always getting stronger and stronger. Yang Chen's body, under the attention of the tree monsters, was getting stronger and stronger. Yang Chen already felt that after several years of cultivation in the astral wind, the second layer of the body refining technique had already shown signs of great accomplishment. The initial requirement for practicing the yellow turban warlock's body tempering technique was the strength of 1,000 caddies. After practicing the first layer, one would reach the strength of 10,000 caddies. However, after reaching the great accomplishment of the second layer, there was no longer a detailed description of the quantity. Instead, it was changed into another term called mountain picking strength. Previously, Yang Chen effortlessly pulled out the bodies of the old cypress tree and Mu Bo directly from the ground, which had shocked everyone. What was the concept of pulling out an old cypress tree that had grown for thousands of years from the ground? Not to mention anything else. Just the huge root system alone might have occupied an area of several acres. When the power of the soil gathered by each root was gathered together, it was definitely a terrifying force. Not to mention pulling it out, it was already a great achievement to be able to shake it a little. However, when Yang Qin uprooted the 2 giant trees, there was no pause and relaxation. It was done in one go. What made the surrounding cypresses even more scared was that when Yang Qin did this, he did not use his own spiritual power. They could not feel any spiritual power fluctuations. Perhaps the cypresses did not have the ability to feel the spiritual power fluctuations of Yang Qin, or Yang Chen's pure physical strength. But no matter which one, it was not good news for the cypresses. Now, seeing Yang Qin practicing the body refining technique in the astral wind, the cypresses understood that it was the pure physical strength of Yang Qin. Not to mention anything else. Just looking at him now, waving the thick and terrifying huge stone pillar, he could even play a set of tricks. Even if the cypresses were not convinced, in the face of Yang Qin, they would not dare to stab him. It must be known that the huge stone pillar had far exceeded the weight of 10,000 jin. Even the tree monsters, who were famous for their strength, could not pick it up, let alone wave it. Mu Bo and the old cypress, plus the 3 strongest cypresses, could work together to carry the stone pillar that Yang Qin had refined. After discovering this, Mu Bo admired his master even more. Yang Chen's body shape had reached the limit. Yang Qin knew that after reaching the realm of mountain-picking strength, the body would no longer change. The main focus of the 3rd layer of the body refining technique was to begin to temper the internal organs. Becoming stronger from the inside out, this was the fundamental goal of the yellow, turban strongman technique. After cultivating for almost 5 months again, there was a click sound in Yang Chen's body. This sound seemed to come from the inside of the body, and only Yang Qin himself could hear it, as if some shackles had been opened. The body suddenly felt relaxed, and the muscles that had always been tight seemed to become relaxed and soft after the click sound. Yang Qin stopped and gently moved his hands and feet, but there was an indescribable feeling of power in his hands. Yang Qin understood in his heart that the 2nd layer of the body refining technique had already reached the great accomplishment realm. This was a complete surprise. Before Yang Qin came here, he did not think that this cold astral wind could be used to refine the body. He did not expect to complete the 2nd layer of the body refining technique here. The next cultivation of the body refining technique would focus on strengthening the internal organs, and at the same time, it would slowly adjust the muscles to normal. In other words, Yang Chen's body shape would also begin to slowly return to its original state, and would no longer be as muscular as it was now. Counting the days, it had been 11 months since he found Mu Bo. In another month, it would be time for Yang Qin to leave. When Yang Chen was cultivating for 5 months, Mu Bo was not idle. He swallowed nearly 200 tiny branches of the Penglai divine wood. Now Mu Bo's body already had a trace of pure Penglai divine wood aura. The speed of his cultivation had become more and more abnormal. In less than a year, he had advanced from the early stage of the qi refining to the late stage of the qi refining. According to this progress, Mu Bo's refoundation would only be a matter of 2 or 3 years. Maybe when Yang Qin came again after 30 years, Mu Bo would be able to recondense his Dan. Seeing that he was about to leave, Yang Qin took Mu Bo into the illusion formation alone again. This time, it was no longer a branch of the Penglai divine wood, but a large cup of the 4 C's mysterious coral liquid. Refining the Penglai divine wood with Mu Bo's current cultivation base, there would inevitably be some impurities in his body. The 4 C's mysterious coral liquid could just discharge these impurities, so that Mu Bo's cultivation path would be smoother in the future. After taking the 4 C's mysterious coral liquid, Mu Bo's performance was different from that of human beings. It was not a deep sleep, but a complete transformation into its body, showing a complete cypress tree. It could not be seen that this was a cypress monster. However, a large amount of tree sap soon appeared on the tree trunk. Chapter 6, 23. In this state, Mu Bo has been in this state for half a month. Next, Yang Chen gave him a cup of the 4 Seas mysterious coral liquid, so that Mu Bo entered this state again and discharged more resin. These resin were the impurities on Mu Bo's body. After removing these, Mu Bo suddenly discovered the changes in his body. Although Yang Chen did not explain to him the preciousness of the 4 Seas mysterious coral liquid, Mu Bo also understood that this was not an easy thing to get. For his master's cultivation, Mu Bo was grateful. Once again answering the questions of the cypress monsters, it was finally time for Yang Chen to leave. Although Yang Chen came here in a very rude and unreasonable way at the beginning, after a year of getting along, these cypresses still had some reluctance to part with him. Step up your cultivation. Wait until the monster body is achieved. After 30 years, I will personally come to take you back to the sect. Yang Chen once again promised a group of cypress monsters to see each other again. He drove the flying sword and embarked on the process of returning to the Central Plains. There were few people here. Even the monster race rarely came here. The cypress monsters were very safe. 30 years for the people in the cultivation world. It was just a blink of an eye. He believed that everyone would be able to meet again soon. Although the strength of these cypress monsters was now low, he believed that after arriving at the Chunying Palace, their spiritual power would be abundant, and they would be trained by the old tree demon. They would definitely be the best guards to guard the mountain gate. Not only that, if they could keep up with Yang Chen's fast-moving master, after overcoming their slow shortcomings, even if it was a siege, they could also become the main force. He cultivated the first with true secret art, seized the inheritance of the second city master, subdued such a group of cypress monsters, accepted the future evildoer Mu Bo as an apprentice, and accidentally cultivated the second layer of the yellow turban strongman body, refining technique. Yang Chen's trip was really fruitful. Calculating the time, it seemed that he had not seen Sun Qingxue for more than 30 years, almost 40 years. With Yang Chen's understanding of Sun Qingxue's cultivation, at this time, Sun Qingxue should have already condensed her core. It was time to go and see this little girl. Back when Yang Chen was being chased by Luo Yuan, there was no news of him at all. Everyone thought that Yang Chen was dead, but Sun Qingxue and Shi Shanshan actually wore mourning clothes for him. Yang Chen didn't know how to repay them, even if there was still one last hurdle in his heart that he had yet to overcome. This did not prevent him from being grateful to the little lass, nor did it prevent him from seeing her. The astral wind area could also temper the body. Yang Chen just flew slowly in the right direction until he was out of the astral wind area. Then he summoned the shuttle and flew in the direction of the Blue Cloud sect. From Chunying Palace to the 10,000 Trees Forest, it took Yang Chen a whole year to find where Mu Bo was, and he spent another year on the road. But in the latter year, Yang Chen was mostly refining his body. The journey back this time did not take that long. It only took a year for them to return to the Middle Earth. Originally, Zhu and Abai estimated that under the direct soaking of the first would true essence spiritual solution, the Penglai Divine would open its wisdom after a year and could enter the state of cultivation. However, obviously, Zhu and Abai underestimated the power of the Penglai Divine wood, and also underestimated the conditions needed for the Penglai Divine would to open its wisdom. Although Yang Chen had used the most powerful way to cultivate them, these Penglai Divine would still open their wisdom one by one after Yang Chen returned to the Central Plains. Feeling the movement in the medicine garden, Yang Chen hurriedly stopped the shuttle, found a safe place, and directly entered the second layer of the medicine garden. Zhu and Bai came up to greet him for the first time, and then waited with Yang Chen at the edge of the first with true essence spiritual solution pool, waiting for the Penglai Divine wood's wisdom to open. Soon, a Penglai Divine would changed. Suddenly, two scar-like things appeared on the smooth and straight tree trunk. Then the things moved and opened, revealing a pair of huge eyes that blankly looked around. Then he saw Yang Chen at a glance, and his eyes showed a joyful light. In Yang Chen's sea of consciousness, there was suddenly a consciousness connection, and he felt the joy coming from it. Yang Chen was also happy, and directly passed his thoughts over, letting him enjoy the first with true essence spiritual solution. At the same time, he also passed the 3 cultivation methods to the Cypress demon family. Those were the foundational cultivation methods. Some of the advanced cultivation methods that Yang Chen knew were from the spiritual world, and at least the Yuanying stage could be cultivated. Although the Penglai divine wood was powerful, it had just opened its wisdom, and it was better to use these foundational cultivation methods. Naturally, there was absolute trust in Yang Chen. This Penglai divine wood monster immediately began to practice according to Yang Chen's instructions. Soon, the second Penglai divine would open its eyes. In this way, Yang Chen would not favor one and discriminate against the other. All the cultivation methods were passed down, and he still comforted it and guided its cultivation. Next, the 3rd, the 4th, until the 24th. Each of them was treated the same way. These Penglai tree demons opened their eyes and saw Yang Chen, and there was already Yang Chen's aura in their hearts. Naturally, they regarded Yang Chen as their own master. Master, the rest of these will not open their wisdom again. As Zhu saw that Yang Chen was still waiting, and gently reminded him, not all Penglai divine would could become a monster. The remaining ones were the corners of the box that was made by the land at the time. There may be some damage, so it was impossible to cultivate. In the first wood true essence spiritual solution pool, there were still 7 Penglai divine woods that were thriving, but they could only be Penglai divine woods, and it was impossible to become a Penglai tree demon. This result made Yang Chen somewhat regretful, but Yang Chen also knew that the sky was not complete, and he could not demand too much. There were 24 Penglai tree demons, which was already incredible to the extreme. In particular, when these Penglai tree demons began to cultivate the foundation laying cultivation method in the first with true essence spiritual solution pool, the speed of advancement made Yang Chen stunned. Even a monstrous genius like Mu Bo had to recultivate in the Jiran stage for more than a year to be able to build the foundation, but these Penglai tree demons in front of him, in just 2 days, have already broken through the early Qi refining stage and entered the middle Qi refining stage. Connected with the consciousness of the Penglai tree demon, Yang Chen certainly knew that there was no problem with these Penglai divine woods at all. However, the speed of concealment was too shocking. It was indeed a powerful tree that was named with the word divine. In Yang Chen's mind, he suddenly remembered a heavenly cycle constellation formation, ray left by a certain immortal on the immortal executioner stage before he died. It seemed that this formation was to be performed by 24 masters with similar cultivation bases and tacit understanding. 24 Penglai tree demons opened their wisdom on the same day and cultivated at the same time. Naturally, their cultivation was equal. As for the tacit understanding, because of the communication of Yang Chen, the 24 Penglai tree demons could almost be said to be like conjoined babies, and their minds were interconnected. This large array was simply tailor-made for them. Chapter 6:24. Now, these Penglai divine wood monsters have just developed spiritual wisdom and have just begun to cultivate. It was wishful thinking to want them to master the formation immediately. Yang Chen did not have such extravagant hopes. However, after stopping to guard for a few days, Yang Chen finally understood the strength of the Penglai divine wood monsters. In just 10 days, the Penglai divine wood monsters almost reached the foundation stage at the same time. Compared with Mu Bo, this evildoer, it was dozens of times faster. This was not because the cultivation speed of the Penglai divine wood was fast, but because the starting point of their spiritual wisdom was high. It was not known how many tens of thousands of years of growth, and then it was made into a wooden box by the Earth Lord Master before he ascended, and left in front of the Earth Temple for an unknown amount of time. It experienced the reincarnation of incense, flourishing to decline, plus the natural treasures. Their cultivation directly started from the foundation stage. Even without Yang Chen's cultivation method, without these first with spiritual solution, as long as the Penglai divine would open its spiritual wisdom, then it would not exceed a month at most, it would reach the current realm. What Yang Chen did was to make their conditions more superior, and there was no drawback of pulling up seedlings to help them grow. Zhu and Bai could communicate with these plants when they had not yet opened their spiritual wisdom. Now there were 24 Penglai divine wood monsters that could communicate with them with spiritual wisdom, and they were happy to jump up and down. There have been no partners here for many years. Recently, the only living creature with spiritual wisdom was Xiao Tian. It was too late to communicate with Xiao Tian. Now they finally had more companions. Seeing that everything was on the right track, Yang Chen also left the medicine garden with peace of mind. However, when he came out of the medicine garden, he noticed that there was an abnormality around him. The spiritual awareness threads were opened in an instant, but before Yang Chen could find out the movements around him, a cold killing intent had already reached his body, and then a thin black light quickly fell on Yang Chen's body. Ding! Yang Chen's skin was just tight. The yellow turban, strongman body, refining technique of the realm of mountain picking strength was running all the time. When he encountered external forces, his muscles were tense, and he instantly blocked the black light outside his body, and even did not trigger the body protection function of the golden bell. The black light that was blocked revealed its true form. It was a long, thin needle. If it wasn't for the light that flashed at high speed, people usually would notice such a thin and long needle. If it was at night, it would be an absolute weapon for sneak attacks. As soon as the long needle stopped in front of Yang Chen's chest, Yang Chen's reaction was faster than anyone else's. He immediately pinched the long needle with one hand. As soon as he pinched it, the long needle began to shake, as if it wanted to break free from Yang Chen's fingers. The other party was using the imperial sword technique to control the needles. When he was suddenly caught, he immediately panicked. But no matter how hard he tried, the black needle was firmly grasped by Yang Chen's fingertips, unable to be withdrawn. Yang Chen's spiritual consciousness had already locked onto a cultivator more than 200 feet away from him. For the time being, he couldn't see the master of this cultivator. He only knew that he was a scholar about 40 or 50 years old. He was staring at himself with a gloomy face, and his eyes flashed with a ray of hatred. In this regard, Yang Chen was very puzzled. He didn't know this guy. It must be known that Yang Chen's memory was very abnormal. Even if he only met people once, Yang Chen would remember them. But there was no shadow of this guy in his memory. The scholar was also in the Jiran stage, but it seemed that his realm was higher than Yang Chen's, in the middle Jiran stage. The other party sneak attacked him as soon as he came up, and he didn't ask for right or wrong, which made Yang Chen very angry. The only thing that could be used at hand was the first wood flying sword. Yang Chen's reaction was definitely not slow. As soon as he found the trace of the opponent, the first wood flying sword immediately flew out and cut towards the other party. The other party seemed to have nothing to fear. Suddenly, 8 shields flew out from his body and danced around him, completely shielding his body within them. No matter which direction the attack came from, it would be blocked by 1 or 2 of these 8 shields. The shield was not known what material it was made of. The smile on the scholar's face showed that he had strong confidence in the shield. Hey, with a soft sound, the first wood flying sword cut on one of the shields. Originally, this was the scene that the scholar had long thought about, but the next situation made him shocked. The shield blocked the flying sword, but it only blocked a little. The first wood flying sword had been crazily scoured and tempered by the first wood true essence spiritual solution. It was already sharp. With just one sword, it cut the shield in front of it into 2 halves. In a panic, the scholar hurriedly sent several other shields to the front of the sword blade. The first wood flying sword cut 4 shields in a row, and it looked a little exhausted. Yang Chen moved and called the flying sword back. "You dare to take my flying needle with your bare hands. Have you suffered?" Although the scholar was panicked, he did not panic at all. Seeing Yang Chen take back the flying sword, he finally showed a grin. With a flash, he flew to the front of Yang Chen and faced Yang Chen. On Yang Chen's fingers, there was a slight itch, and the place where he had just been stabbed was also a little itch. This could only explain one thing. This flying needle was dipped in poison. However, this degree of toxicity could not even penetrate Yang Chen's skin into the flesh and blood. The mountain-picking strength realm of the yellow, turbaned strongman body, refining technique. Not to mention the strength of the whole body. Just the skin was not so easy to pierce. But since the other party was so proud, Yang Chen did not mind playing a play with him in order to get more information. In a flash, Yang Chen's face was covered with a layer of blue and black. It really seemed to be the manifestation of the poison. His legs seemed to be soft. Unable to support his own weight, he staggered back 2 steps and sat down against a big tree. "You used poison." Yang Chen reached out and pointed at the other party. But his arms seemed to be soft. Unable to bear the weight of his hand, he just pointed and put it down. "Well, there is nothing too deceitful in war. You want to show off. Who can you blame?" The scholar sneered and took a few steps forward. Looking down at Yang Chen, he asked coldly, "Tell me your name and origin." "You don't know who I am?" Yang Chen was a little surprised. The other party did not know who he was, and actually met with a sneak attack when the Dao sex means were the same as the demon sex. "I don't know who you are, but I know that you can set up an array." The scholar sneered again, as if he was disdainful to answer Yang Chen's question. But in the end, he couldn't hold back the pride in his heart and said, "Taishamen are looking for masters who can set up an array. As long as they catch one, there will be a good reward. You have set up an illusion array here. It looks like a good technique, but you are unlucky to meet me." Just because Taishamen are looking for masters of array, Yang Chen suddenly understood. Chapter 6:25. The last time the Taishamen's welcoming array exploded, when Yang Chen left the mainland, the specific murderer was not found. The Taishamen were so angry that they even disregarded morality and asked the disciples of the Chunyang Palace to strip their life source magic weapons on the spot. Later, under the intervention of the Lord Tantai of the Green Jade Immortal Island, the Taishamen suffered a loss of face. After the investigation was fruitless, they left, and Yang Chen took advantage of it and took away 15 life source magic weapons. Yang Chen originally thought that the Taishamen would erect a target in a short time for the sake of face and annihilate them all, so as to dismiss the face of the mountain gate being bombed. Unexpectedly, until now, they were still looking for the suspected formation masters, and looking at the scholar's posture, it seemed that as long as they had a certain level of attainment in the formation, they would be suspected, and they would be escorted to the Taishamen to identify them one by one. It turned out that this scholar was greedy for the reward of the Taishamen, and he happened to pass by here and found the illusion array that Yang Chen hastily arranged. He thought that Yang Chen was also a formation master, so he was tempted and waited. When he saw Yang Chen appear, he immediately launched a sneak attack. "You are unlucky to meet me." The scholar did not hear the strong mockery in Yang Chen's words. Under the complacency, he thought that his poison was unparalleled in the world. Yang Chen was already a meat on the chopping board, and he was at his mercy. He did not even take the minimum precautions. That's also true. Yang Chen's voice suddenly became normal. His body suddenly stood up, stretched out his big hand, grabbed the scholar's neck, picked him up, and brought him in front of himself. How is it possible? The scholar was shocked, and the changes in front of him made him unable to believe it at all. But the big hand on his neck was like an iron clamp, reminding him that everything was true. Yang Chen pinched his neck, and he could no longer speak, but he was still doubtful in his mind. How could his poison needle not work? Are you wondering about your poison needle? Yang Chen could tell what the scholar was thinking at a glance. He smiled gently, and the blackness on his face disappeared without a trace. The hand that pinched the poison needle was placed in front of the scholar's eyes. The black needle was still pinched between 2 fingers. However, there was no change in Yang Chen's hand. This made the scholar, who was speechless, widen his eyes. Once again, he wondered if his eyes were playing tricks on him. Holding the poison needle, Yang Chen casually injected a few needles into the scholar's body. Although the other party was in the middle stage of the Jiedan stage, he was controlled by Yang Chen with one hand, so he couldn't display any of his great abilities. She watched helplessly as Yang Chen inserted needles into her body. Her eyes were filled with despair. In less than a moment, that is, a few breaths of time, the scholar's whole body began to turn black, and his eyes began to slacken. It was completely different from the posture of Yang Chen. Even the strength of the muscles on his neck was much smaller. If Yang Chen wanted to, he could break his neck with a pinch. This was unlikely to be a fake. Of course, even if it was a fake, Yang Chen would not be afraid. In the realm of mountain-picking strength, even the strength of the pinch also had the power of thousands of jin. The scholar's fragile neck, even if he used a strong, mysterious skill to protect his body, could not stop Yang Chen from taking his life. The scholar's own poison, if he did not take the antidote, even he himself could not bear it. This was also the reason why he was confident in the poison. Yang Chen's realm was only in the early stage of the Jiedan stage, which was not as good as him, so he always thought that Yang Chen had been deeply poisoned. Just as the vitality of the scholar was affected by his own poison and slowly passed away, Yang Chen's body suddenly came out of a green rattan. The rattan seemed to smell something delicious, and suddenly pierced into the scholar's arm. A powerful suction came from the rattan, and the scholar suddenly felt that his body was relaxed. The poison that made him weak under this suction obediently flowed along the blood vessels of the body and into the rattan. Then the body felt relaxed, as if it had never been poisoned. The scholar immediately understood that this must be the reason why Yang Chen was not afraid of his poison. Now his life was hanging in the hands of Yang Chen. Since Yang Chen detoxified him, he must have something to ask. On the magic weapon, the scholar understood that whether it was his poison needle or shield, it was not the opponent of Yang Chen's flying sword. The poison was ineffective against Yang Chen, so the scholar completely gave up resistance. I haven't been in the Central Plains for a long time. Tell me what has changed recently. Yang Chen didn't talk nonsense and directly said his request. His hand released the scholar's neck, but the flying sword was directly against the scholar's back. Start from the bombing of the Taishinmen mountain gate. The scholar knew that he couldn't resist, so he cooperated obediently and began to talk to Yang Chen. After the Taishinmen mountain gate was bombed, they found trouble with several sects, including Chunyang Palace. However, Chunyang Palace had the support of the Green Jade Immortal Island, and everything was there, so they were the first to clear the suspicion. However, there were a few small sects that were not so lucky. Although there was no particular suspicion, the Taishinmen still found a few mistakes and took the opportunity to attack. Either the sect was destroyed, or they joined the Taishinmen under pressure. The Taishinmen of the big sect did not dare to provoke them immediately, but they would never let go of the demon sect and the monster race. It was said that many masters were sent out to find evidence in the territories of the demon sect and the monster race. Later, they were looking for masters of formations everywhere. As long as they were famous, the big sect was okay. The Taishinmen would take the initiative to come to the door and ask for proof. The others, whether they were in a sect or a rogue cultivator, would be mercilessly brought back to the Taishinmen and carefully questioned. Later, the Taishinmen were short of manpower and even issued a high reward to the outside world. As long as they could invite a master of formations to inquire, no matter what method was used, they would give a generous reward to the cultivator who brought them, which made countless people who were hunters tempted to help the Taishinmen find targets everywhere. Listening to the words of the scholar, Yang Chen began to ponder slowly. The Taishamen did this and forced those small sects to merge. It was clearly because the outer sect disciples were destroyed, so they needed a large number of reserve disciples to replenish. This was understandable, but what was the reason for the high bounty on array masters? Was it really to chase the murderer? Suddenly, Yang Chen thought of a possibility. Maybe the Taishamen used this method to make the fellows who helped the Taishamen to collect the reward to make enemies, and in the end, they had no choice but to join the Taishamen. It should be known that those who could invite people back must have some skills. This group of people had rich combat experience, and they could fight and kill without much effort. They were the talents that the Taishamen urgently needed. Just a small reward was enough to make many people have nowhere else to go, and in the end, they had to rely on the protection of the Taishamen. It was really simple and effective. Seeing that Yang Chen was deep in thought, the eyes of the scholar, who had recovered his energy, suddenly flashed with a different kind of light. Chapter 6:26. Because of Yang Chen's contemplation, the flying sword that was originally against the scholar's back had also slightly deviated from its position, which also gave the scholar an opportunity. The poison had been resolved by Yang Chen's by using the blue jade vine body. While sitting and telling Yang Chen about the recent events, the scholar's physical strength and spiritual power consumption were also recovering. Now it was almost there. This was a good time for him to get out of trouble. Yang Chen was a bit arrogant, just like the scholar thought he had controlled the situation, so he didn't even remove the opponent's weapon. Now Yang Chen made the same mistake. The two were close. Yang Chen was frowning at this time, and he didn't know where he was looking. The scholar watched all this and suddenly burst out. A sword light shot out of the Qinquan bag and went straight to Yang Chen's heart. In a flash, Yang Chen, who was distracted, suddenly moved his hand and grabbed the blade of the flying sword. The scholar didn't expect Yang Chen to react so quickly. In a great shock, he also urged the sword light with all his strength. Yang Chen was just holding the blade with his bare hands. As long as he rotated, he could cut Yang Chen's palm and stab the center of his heart. It was a good idea, but the flying sword in Yang Chen's hands was like a root, and it didn't move at all. No matter how the scholar urged the sword light, the flying sword was firmly in Yang Chen's hands. Even when the sword light hit Yang Chen's hand, there was no sign of breaking the skin. Every injustice has its perpetrator. Every debt has its debtor. I was going to spare your life, but you are looking for your own death. You can't blame me, Yang Chen said slowly, but his head kept shaking, as if it was a pity for the scholar's decision. When the scholar saw that it was not good, he hurriedly flew away. He didn't dare to stay in the same place for a moment. Just now, Yang Chen held his life and death in his hands. Wasn't standing so close to him courting death? Yang Chen was still shaking his head and talking, giving the scholar time to escape. However, when he went out, his head remained where it was. The sword light of the first wood flying sword, it was not known when it had already bypassed the neck of the scholar and cut off the whole head. Then, with a flash of sword light, the scholar's cosmos sac was cut down and delivered to Yang Chen. A blood-colored vine flew out from Yang Chen's sleeve and wrapped around the scholar's corpse. In a moment, the scholar's corpse became a headless skeleton. Yang Chen casually waved his hand, and the skeleton turned into powder, disappearing with the wind without a trace. The way the Taishamen did things, they already had the intention of becoming enemies with all the sections. But now, Yang Chen still had to hide in the dark. A skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. The masters of the Taishamen were like clouds, far from what the Chunying Palace could compete with at present. Yang Chen also needed to slowly weaken the strength of the Taishamen, and then achieve the purpose of cutting off the Taishamen. A small delay of 10 days, such as small twists and turns happened, but this did not affect Yang Chen's plan to go to the Blue Cloud sect. Summoning the shuttle, Yang Chen continued to embark on the road to the Blue Cloud sect. In less than a month, Yang Chen arrived at the gate of the Blue Cloud sect. Because of the last incident at the auction house, The image of Yang Qin had been remembered by all the disciples responsible for the reception. When they saw Yang Qin, someone immediately came up to greet him. Yang Qin was a distinguished guest, so there was no need for Yang Qin to wait at the gate for a long time. However, Sun Qingxue was still in retreat, so Yang Chen was taken directly to the place where Elder Hua Wanting was. It is estimated that little Xue should be about to condense her Dan, so this junior specially came to see. Seeing Hua Wanting, Yang Chen naturally saluted according to the rules, and at the same time expressed his intentions. "You are really considerate." When Elder Hua saw Yang Chen, he was in a good mood. Especially when he heard that Yang Chen was concerned about his disciple, he was even happier. From the time Yang Chen said goodbye to Sun Qingxue before he went into retreat, this was the first time Yang Chen came to the Blue Cloud sect. After Yang Chen's retreat, Sun Qingxue also madly worked hard, for fear that her cultivation base would be left behind by Yang Chen. For this reason, Sun Qingxue even took the initiative to go to several dangerous places and killed a lot of monsters to hone her fighting skills. Elder Hua also realized that he had spoiled Sun Qingxue too much before. He only gave Sun Qingxue a few magic weapons to save her life at a critical moment, and let Sun Qingxue wander outside, eliminate the evil and defend the way, and also hone her own cultivation base. In just 20 years, Sun Qingxue, with an image of abhorrence of evil, coupled with a beautiful and moving image, successfully won the name of Dancing Snow Fairy among the cultivators. Whether it is the Blue Cloud sect's own sect or the outside sect, it is not known how many young talents want to make friends with the Dancing Snow Fairy so that they have a chance to further develop. However, Sun Qingxue doesn't seem to be interested in this at all and refused all of them. The beautiful reputation coupled with the straight talk made countless people secretly conquer the Dancing Snow Fairy as a goal. There are also some disciples inside the Blue Cloud sect who understand the relationship between Yang Chen and Sun Qingxue and vaguely revealed a lot. As soon as the news spread, countless people hated Yang Chen almost to the bone. It was not enough to have the cold plum fairy Shan, and he even wanted to occupy the Dancing Snow Fairy. This was tolerable. What could not be tolerated? Yang Chen also succeeded in being hated by the admirers of Shan and added the admirers of Sun Qingxue. After Sun Qingxue's experience outside for more than 20 years, she returned to the sect and began to retreat, fully attacking the Jedon stage. With the Immortal wood that Yang Chen gave her and the eternal spring wood from the wine Immortal, the Jiden could almost be said to be a sure thing. According to Elder Hua's understanding of Sun Qingxue's cultivation, Sun Qingxue should also be able to condense Dan within this year. It just so happened that Yang Chen came at this time, indicating that Yang Chen also has a deep understanding of Sun Qingxue's cultivation. Not to mention the accuracy of Yang Chen's judgment of Sun Qingxue's cultivation. Just the thought of Sun Qingxue was worthy of Hua Wanting's happiness. For Yang Chen, Elder Hua was more and more satisfied. The only fly in the ointment was that Yang Chen still had some involvement with Shan. He heard that he also had a relationship with a female disciple of the Chunying Palace, and even attached great importance to his own master. Unable to treat Sun Qingxue exclusively, Elder Hua still had some grievances for his disciple. However, Elder Hua also understood that the background of Shan was something that Yang Chen could not fight against. And Yang Chen's talent in alchemy also determined that the sect would vigorously win over Yang Chen. He could only wrong his own disciple. In fact, now the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island have somewhat accepted such a compromise. The premise was that Yang Chen could have a good impression of their own sect. Senior alchemists had always been in high demand in the cultivation world. This was the reality. What surprised Yang Chen was that he originally wanted to simply visit Sun Qingxue, but he did not expect that it would not take long for him to come to Elder Hua's place. Sect Master Lu of the Blue Cloud sect actually came here and came to find Yang Chen. Chapter 6:27. I have seen Sect Master Lu. I have seen Elder Shur. When LV Genyu arrived, Yang Chen, of course, paid his respects. Accompanying Sect Master Lu was the Law Enforcement Hall Master of the Blue Cloud Sect, Elder Shur Yenha of the Deshang Stage. You don't have to be so polite. Sect Master Lu faced Yang Chen, looking very easygoing and always had a smile on his face. If this was seen in the eyes of those cultivators who knew the illustrious prestige of Sect Master Lu, they would definitely be shocked. When did Sect Master Lu, who was almost as famous as the god of evil, treat a younger generation junior so kindly? On this side, Sect Master Lu and Elder Shur just sat down according to their identity. Elder Shur immediately asked Yang Chen, Yang Chen, I have a question to ask you. Please enlighten me, Elder Shur. Yang Chen said respectfully, Shur Yenha has always had a fiery temper, and she has been in charge of the law enforcement hall for a long time. Her habit of speaking was this kind of straightforward. Yang Chen was not surprised. Last time the Lord of Tantai of the Green Jade Immortal Island went to the Blue Cloud Sect, it seems that he reached an agreement with the Chunyang Palace. Do you want to use the questioning inner heart pill in exchange for the fire seed? Shur Yenha did not beat around the bush, and directly asked, Is there such a thing? Yes. In the face of Sect Master Lu and the two elders of the Deshang Stage, Yang Chen did not deny it, and directly answered affirmatively. Yang Chen's answer, Sect Master Lu and Elder Hua on the opposite side were not very surprised. At this point, Yang Chen also understood what was going on, so there was no plan to hide it at all. Although Shur Yenha's words were used, and the tone was also a taste of inquiry, but Yang Chen knew that if they were not sure about this kind of thing, how could they let Elder Shur ask it? Grasping at the wind was not something that a master of the Deshang Stage would do. However, I will not use the questioning inner heart pill to exchange for the fire seed. After Yang Chen answered, he immediately added, The medicinal materials are provided by Fairy Shur of the Green Jade Immortal Island. This younger generation junior is just refining it. This fire seed is some of the rewards of this younger generation junior. Did that girl, Shur Shanshan, obtain those medicinal ingredients when she was traveling with you? Elder Hua seemed to know a lot of inside information as he asked in a pleasant manner. Yes. Yang Chen also did not hide it, and still answered affirmatively. That trip was lucky. I found some 10,000 years old elixirs, just enough to refine the questioning inner heart pill. At that time, this junior and Fairy Shur each took half. Humph, little girl Shur is quite lucky. Shur Yenha couldn't help but mutter as she listened. However, she didn't say much. After all, Yang Chen had traveled with Sun Qingxue before, and they had also gained a lot. 15 corpses of the praying mantises in the peak Yuanying stage. Except for the 3 that were decapitated, the other 12 were all intact. Even the Chunyang Palace could successfully refine puppets. The Blue Cloud Sect did not lack such masters. The value of the 12 Yuanying stage masters would never be lower than those 10,000 years old elixirs. However, relatively speaking, the Blue Cloud Sect had 12 more Yuanying stage puppets, but the strength of the entire sect was not as obvious as the increase in Chunyang Palace. In terms of development potential, those 10,000 years old elixirs that could be used to refine the questioning inner heart pill were more attractive. Yang Chen had promised to refine the questioning inner heart pill. The Green Jade Immortal Island could get at least 20 of them. Maybe they could add at least 20 Deshang stage masters. This was a matter of benevolence and wisdom. If there was no questioning inner heart pill, these 10,000 years elixirs could at most create a few Yuanying stage masters. Speaking of it, the Blue Cloud Sect had a greater advantage. But since there was a questioning inner heart pill, it seemed to be a little different. If my Blue Cloud Sect can find the medicinal materials for refining the questioning inner heart pill, I wonder if you can help refine it? After Elder Shur and Elder Hua asked one by one, Sect Master Lu finally asked the question. Sect Master Lu, together with Elder Hua and Elder Shur, The three could almost be said to be able to monopolize a corner of the cultivation world. If the strength of the sect was counted, they could definitely occupy at least 1/10 of the strength of the Dao sects. But at this moment, the three predecessors were looking at Yang Qin, waiting for Yang Chen's answer. There was no way. Now there was no one else who could refine the questioning inner heart pill except Yang Qin. Whether it was the Blue Cloud sect, the Green Jade Immortal Island, or even the Taishimin and the Five Elements sect, they were all trying to figure out how to refine the questioning inner heart pill. But no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't solve the mystery of the refining of the questioning inner heart pill. Yang Chen, the alchemist master, was unique at the moment. No one could replace Yang Chen's position. Even if Yang Chen was still only in the early Jiran stage, anyone could easily kill Yang Chen. Of course, this was what they thought. Of course, this junior has no problem. Yang Chen replied with a smile, but he still did not forget his own sect, and reminded, "But the predecessors still have to ask the master of my sect for his opinion. This junior, as a disciple of the Chunying Palace, can't forget this." This was to make some deals between the Blue Cloud sect and the Chunying Palace again. But whether it was Sect Master Lu or Elder Hua or Elder Shi, they did not think that Yang Chen had done too much. Always remember to ask for benefits for their own sect. This was the duty of a disciple of the sect. Such a disciple, they really didn't know what kind of dog shit luck Chunying Palace had to find him. It was said that Chu Heng, the trader of the Chunying Palace, had always been dissatisfied with Yang Qin and suppressed him, and had never taught Yang Qin enough. All of Yang Chen's knowledge was learned by himself. If they had known this earlier, if the Blue Cloud sect had been able to bring Yang Chen into the sect one step ahead of time, wouldn't many of these great benefits belong to the Blue Cloud sect? It was a pity that money was hard to buy. If they had known earlier, it was estimated that Yang Qin and the Blue Cloud sect did not have this fate. Do you still want the fire seed? Elder Hua asked again to confirm Yang Chen's request. I want the fire seed. Yang Chen nodded heavily and added, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade fire seeds. I don't want the one that this younger generation junior already has. This request was very normal. As far as the Blue Cloud sect knew, the Green Jade Immortal Island also had such conditions, indicating that Yang Chen did not favor either side. At this point, the two sides were basically finalized. However, the sect still needed to discuss with the Blue Cloud sect and the Chunying Palace. That was not what Yang Chen could decide now. After the business was finished, both sides also relaxed. Elder Hua began to ask curiously, Yang Chen, your would attribute spirit power is very pure, but what is the reason? As a master of the wood attribute Desheng stage, Yang Chen had a pure first with true essence aura. How could Elder Hua not feel it? It was just that they were talking about business before, and there was no time to talk about this. Now Elder Hua finally asked. When Elder Hua mentioned this, even Sect Master Lu and Elder Shi began to be curious. They clearly remembered that Yang Chen was a cultivator of the fire attribute. How could there be a strong would attribute spirit power in his body now? Chapter 6:28. In order to study the technique of controlling fire, this younger generation junior deliberately referred to the cultivation methods of several other departments. Some simple ones, this younger generation junior deliberately cultivated and personally felt it. Yang Chen replied with a smile, I just got a wood magic weapon. By chance, the spiritual power was absorbed, and then it became like this. Strictly speaking, Yang Chen did not lie, but some things were vague. Yang Chen's deeds as a disciple in the Yeshio villa, thousands of disciples and servants. It was impossible for everyone to keep the secret like the head of the palace. Naturally, it could also be spread to the outside. The wood magic weapon was the most unreliable. However, if he really took out the first wood true essence spiritual solution, what kind of wood magic weapon was not good enough? The explanation could only be explained to this point. Yang Chen would not tell the people of the Blue Cloud sect that he had a full attribute postnatal spirit root, and that he intended to form his nascent soul with all attributes, right? Naturally, the 3 seniors of the Blue Cloud sect could not get to the bottom of it and ask what kind of cultivation method Yang Chen had cultivated and what kind of magic weapon he had obtained, right? That was not called caring about the younger generation or curiosity, but a forced confession. For Yang Chen's explanation, Elder Hua was also satisfied for the time being. At least Yang Chen did not hide too much from her, and even told her about the various cultivation methods that he had cultivated. In fact, Elder Hua had already known through Sun Qingxue that Yang Chen's would attribute spiritual power was pure, and that he had already reached the foundation establishment stage. In fact, this question was purely out of curiosity. Several senior members of the Blue Cloud sect cared about Yang Chen's alchemy ability. As long as he could refine high-level medicinal pills and could refine the questioning inner heart pill, they did not care much about other things. After all, Yang Chen was not a member of their sect. Even if they were optimistic about this young man, there was no need to pay attention to every detail. On the other hand, Yang Chen thought of a cultivation method because of Elder Hua's question. The 8th metal true secret art was obtained by Yang Chen from the Blue Cloud sect in a jade slip that recorded a story. At that time, Wan Qian must have given a copy, not the original. The original must still be in the Blue Cloud sect's library. After a few decades, there would be disciples of the Blue Cloud sect who did not do their proper work, who would discover this part of the technique from the library and make a great contribution. From then on, the Blue Cloud sect also possessed the 8th metal true art, the original cultivation method. It was almost impossible to destroy the original copy from the Blue Cloud sect's library. Since he could not prevent the Blue Cloud sect from discovering this technique and strengthening the sect, why should Yang Chen not push the boat along with the current? Since this matter would be discovered by a disciple who did not do his proper work, Yang Chen thought that it would be better to bring it up himself and give the Blue Cloud sect a big favor. Maybe this favor could also be exchanged for some unexpected benefits. For this kind of favor, Yang Chen always did not mind, the more the better. The last time he saved Elder Hua from the entanglement of the blood demon vine was one, and this time the 8th metal true art was another. After understanding this, Yang Chen's mind suddenly had some more words. Anyway, it was just to let the Blue Cloud sect get the 8th metal true art for a few decades earlier. It could not really change anything, but it could give himself a big favor from the Blue Cloud sect. Yang Chen would definitely not let go of this opportunity. The cooperation had been finalized. Originally, Sect Master Lu and Elder Shi planned to leave after a few words of greeting, but Yang Chen had this idea. How could he allow them to leave? He immediately said, "Several seniors, this younger generation, junior, found one thing, and I want to ask the seniors to look into it." Listening to Yang Chen, Sect Master Lu and Elder Shi, of course, could not ignore it and immediately left. Elder Shi was a straightforward person and immediately asked, "What is it?" Yang Chen's face showed a hesitant look, but in the end he still said, "This is one of the books that this younger generation junior exchanged from the Blue Cloud sect last time. I also asked Sect Master Lu to find this piece of jade slip from the sect's library. This younger generation junior has something to say." As he said this, Yang Chen handed over the piece of jade slip that he had in his hand. Sect Master Lu was very puzzled when he received it. His spiritual awareness just scanned it, and he immediately knew the content inside. A novel with millions of words. Sect Master Lu, of course, couldn't read it word by word. He just roughly scanned the beginning, looked at the title, and then handed it over to Elder Shi Yinha. Elder Shi took it, scanned it with his spiritual awareness, and immediately frowned. Martial arts universe? What does this mean? After asking this sentence, he directly handed the jade slip to Elder Hua next to him. Hua Wanning took it, and also scanned it with her spiritual awareness. She immediately laughed out. "This book is actually called Martial Arts Universe, hee hee." She looked up and looked at Yang Chen. She was also very puzzled and asked, "Let us see this book?" This younger generation junior has an important discovery. Yang Chen looked serious, and he did not have the slightest intention of joking. He just insisted on his request. I also asked the seniors to bring the original version of this jade slip so that we can compare it. Seeing that Yang Chen was very serious, Sect Master Lu and the other two looked at each other. After looking at each other, Sect Master Lu decided to believe Yang Chen's words and nodded to Elder Shi. Elder Shi went directly to the door and ordered a disciple to go to the library and bring the jade slip of the martial arts universe. The disciple was going to do it right away, but Elder Shi thought about it and finally decided to go by himself. After all, the disciples were not safe. Once there was any trouble, it was hard to say. The reason why he treated it so solemnly was because of Yang Chen. The last time Yang Chen and Sun Qingxue went to explore the secret plane, the content of the secret plane key was learned by Yang Chen from some miscellaneous books, and it was the same as when Shi Shanshan went to find the blood essence of the howling celestial dog. Although Sect Master Lu and others did not know what Yang Chen and Shi Shanshan were looking for, they also heard that Yang Chen found a clue from a miscellaneous book, so they agreed to go together. There were such two things before and after, enough to make everyone interested in a miscellaneous book that Yang Chen attached great importance to. However, there was only one piece of jade slip. Either Sect Master Lu or Elder Hua looked at it. The contents of millions of words. Even if it was scanned with spiritual awareness, it could not be read at once. These words were made up to let the cultivators pass the time. If the spiritual awareness swept it all, then what was the point? You must read it word by word. This was wonderful. The problem was that the level of the story was so poor that people did not even have the desire to read it. Elder Hua just read the beginning and almost couldn't read it anymore. But she would not say it clearly, and there was no expression on her face. She just respected the sect master and handed the jade slip back to Sect Master Lu, so that Sect Master Lu could have a look first. Sect Master Lu also felt the same. He only saw a little bit, and he felt that it was absurd, and there was a feeling that he could not read it anymore. But this was Yang Chen's insistence, and he could only bite the bullet and look down. Chapter 6:29. Among the people present, including Yang Chen, at this moment, they were eager for Elder Shi to come back. At least Sect Master Lu has been unable to bear the absurd plot, the clumsy text, and the awkward pronunciation. Even if he looked at one more word, it was an invisible torture. But when Elder Shi went, it seemed that he disappeared and did not come back for a long time. Sect Master Lu could only endure the discomfort and continue to read. He wanted to see what was in it that made Yang Chen so solemnly say it in front of the Blue Cloud sect master and the two Desheng stage elders. However, from another perspective, Sect Master Lu and Elder Hua were hoping that Elder Shi would come back a little slower. Maybe before she came back, Sect Master Lu could find some hints in it. Now Yang Chen had already given such an obvious hint that the secret he discovered was in this book. If Sect Master Lu could not find it soon, wouldn't it seem that Sect Master Lu was too incompetent? This was not just a problem for Sect Master Lu alone, but it was about the face of the Blue Cloud sect. It must be known that this jade slip was exchanged by Yang Chen from the Blue Cloud sect. The things inside were discovered by Yang Chen, but the people of the Blue Cloud sect did not find it. This could only explain one thing, that was, there was no one in the Blue Cloud sect who could recognize the goods. If there was such a rumor, it would be a great blow to the reputation of the Blue Cloud sect. The jade slip that was placed in their own sect for people to read contained treasures. Their own people could not find it, and they did not pay enough attention to it. Instead, it was discovered by an outsider. In the future, if the Blue Cloud sect wanted to recruit disciples, some people might hesitate. Therefore, no matter how uncomfortable it was, Sect Master Lu could only bite the bullet and look forward to finding what Yang Chen found before Elder Shi came back. However, most of the time there was a huge gap between reality and ideals. Even Sect Master Lu in the late Yuanying stage, after 2 hours, after insisting on reading hundreds of thousands of words at the fastest speed, she still couldn't find out what was in it that made Yang Qin solemnly mention it in front of her and the 2 Deshang stage elders. At this time, Elder Shi had already rushed back from the library. When Elder Shi came in, he didn't look too good. There were 2 reasons for the old lady's unsightly expression. The first reason was to look for this storybook jade slip with the title, Universe of Martial Arts. This jade slip was one of the many miscellaneous books in the Blue Cloud sect, and there were hundreds of thousands or even millions of such jade slips in the Blue Cloud sect. Even Elder Shi had to mobilize all of the disciples on duty in the Compendium Tower to search through the entire area for more than 2 hours before he could find a single piece of it. This was still only the case of looking at the title. If he checked the content, he really didn't know when he would be able to find it. Fortunately, there was only one piece with the same title, and the books in the Compendium Tower were all original copies. After Elder Shi confirmed it, he took it away. The second reason was basically the same as Sect Master Lu. Elder Shi intended to delay for a while on the road, to read the contents carefully, to find what Yang Qin found, so that the things that Sect Master Lu worried about before would not happen. However, when he read it carefully, Elder Shi was so angry that he almost flew into a rage. This was also called a storybook? How dare this be called a storybook? It's not that Elder Shi hasn't read storybook novels, but at least the content inside can still be read. However, this book called Universe of Martial Arts turned out to be awkward and biased, and the content was also absurd and difficult to look at. After only reading more than 100,000 words, Elder Shi was already somewhat unbearable. This was still the fastest reading speed. If it was replaced by careful reading and pondering word by word, Elder Shi estimated that with her Deshang stage state of mind, she would be directly thrown away. Unbearable to look at was specially used to describe this kind of thing. Just reading this for a while, it took more than half an hour. Elder Shi also understood that he couldn't drag on for too long. As a last resort, he could only take the original jade slip to Elder Hua. Sect Master Lu got the original text of the jade slip and handed Yang Qin's copy to Yang Qin. He sighed slightly in his heart and had to admit that if there was any discovery, it was thanks to Yang Qin. Even if this kind of thing was always in his hands, it was estimated that Sect Master Lu would not be interested in looking at it more. He really couldn't stand it. Yang Qin, what have you found? You can talk about it. Now that this situation has been recognized, Sect Master Lu had to face Yang Qin and let him point out the problems he had discovered. Although Yang Qin has already hinted so clearly, as long as everyone read it carefully, it was estimated that any problems would be clear at a glance. At most, it would take some time and make the people who read uncomfortable. However, as a senior expert, Yang Qin has already proposed that he found the problem and also promised to refine the questioning inner heart pill for the sect. So whether it was Sect Master Lu, Elder Hua, or Elder Shi, they couldn't be thick-skinned and refuse to admit Yang Qin's discovery. Simply let Yang Qin point it out on the spot, but they would owe Yang Qin a favor for this matter. This is a very long story, but fortunately there are chapters to follow. Yang Qin smiled and didn't take too much credit. He just casually scanned it with his spiritual awareness, and then pointed out Senior can look at the contents of the low 4,639 chapters. Even if there were chapters to follow, Sect Master Lu, in order to find the position of the lower chapter 4,639, it took almost half an incense stick of time to find it. Yang Qin prompted him to look at the contents of this chapter, and Sect Master Lu scanned it on the spot. The number of words in this chapter was not much, that is, about 2,000 or 3,000 words. In a moment, Sect Master Lu finished reading it and remembered it in his mind in a short time. He handed the jade slip to Elder Shi. Elder Shi and Elder Hua continued to take turns to look, but Sect Master Lu was recalling the contents of this chapter. He was puzzled. There seemed to be no words that were too noticeable. As always, it was obscure and difficult to understand. Moreover, the author of this chapter actually made up a cultivation method, which was unreasonable and absurd. After thinking for a while, Sect Master Lu did not understand what was in it that was worthy of Yang Chen's attention. At this time, even Elder Shi and Elder Hua had read the contents of it. After reading it, they were all confused and puzzled, just like Sect Master Lu. Yang Chen, is it possible that the place where this guy practices is described in it? What is the meaning of it? Thinking about it, Sect Master Lu could only think of this possibility and asked hesitantly. Chapter 630. Practice Place. Yang Chen was stunned. There was indeed a practice place in this chapter, but it was indeed a fictitious place in the story. It was not the focus that Yang Chen wanted them to see. Sect Master, 2 elders, turned the cultivation method upside down and ponder over the content. Yang Chen shook his head and denied the Sect Master's guess. At this moment, Yang Chen no longer kept them guessing, and more directly hinted. In the past, Yang Chen knew about it, so from the beginning, he was looking for it directly. The previous article did not explain it in detail. Even so, Yang Chen found this cultivation method after enduring the torture of the first millions of words. 8th Metal, True Secret Art, was an ancient cultivation method. The description of the cultivation method from a long time ago was slightly different from the modern grammar and vocabulary. It was even more nonsense. Sect Master Lu and the 2 elders did not think of such a possibility at the beginning, but just pondered over the words and meaning. If they could directly see the meaning of a reversed cultivation method, then they could be regarded as a keen person. However, from the beginning of Yang Chen's hint, the several seniors were thinking about Yang Chen's previous adventure with Sun Qingxue and Shi Shanshan, so they instinctively focused their attention on the location and did not think about the cultivation method at all. With Yang Chen's hint, the 3 of them began to ponder the content of the short chapter of a few thousand words. The 3 of them have remembered it in their hearts. The cultivation method was only a few hundred words. Even if it was very difficult to pronounce, the 3 of them have already memorized it. After thinking about it, even without thinking about it, it immediately became smooth, and it was no longer difficult to understand. For a moment, the faces of the 3 people became serious. Apparently, they had discovered the magic of the cultivation method. This is... Sect Master Lu was the sect master. Although his status was very high, his cultivation base was not as high as the 2 Desheng stage elders. Naturally, in judging this kind of cultivation method, he was not as accurate as the 2 elders. In the words of Sect Master Lu, there was still a tone of disbelief. Is this 8th Metal True Secret Art? Elder Shi had the highest cultivation base among the 3 and was the most certain. Although she was an earth spirit root, it did not hinder her understanding of metal spirit techniques. Elder Hua's promotion to the Desheng stage was not as strong as Elder Shi, and for a long time he was fighting with the blood demon vine. In terms of knowledge, there was a little gap with Elder Shi. However, Elder Hua also discovered the power of this cultivation technique. It turned out to be a cultivation technique that directly used the most original 8th Metal True Essence. It should be the 8th Metal True Secret Art. It can't be wrong. With the affirmation of Elder Shi, coupled with the speculation of Sect Master Lu, Elder Hua was also full of confidence in this cultivation method. However, the most important reason why Elder Hua would be so sure came from Yang Chen. Since Yang Chen reminded them so solemnly he would never use a counterfeit to deceive them. Moreover, this was the original copy of the library. It was impossible for Yang Chen to fake it. Sect Master Lu now finally understood why Yang Chen had them go to the original copy of the library. It was to prove that he had not tampered with it. Even with the state of mind of the 2 masters of the Desheng stage, in the face of the 8th Metal True Secret Art, they still couldn't suppress their excitement. Even if none of the 3 of them had a metal attribute, spirit root, as the sect master and elders of the Blue Cloud sect, they would definitely support this kind of good thing that would bring countless benefits to the Blue Cloud sect. The shock of the three seniors was only a short time, and they soon recovered to normal. However, when they looked at Yangchen again, there were a lot more things in the eyes of the three people. A junior in the Jiran stage, if you count the time when he took this jade slip, he was only in the early stage of the foundation stage. Unexpectedly, he had such a good eyesight, such a strong insight, he could find such an incredible cultivation method for millions of boring and even mentally torturous words, and he also thought about it in a timely manner. What kind of shocking patience did he have to be able to do this? All three seniors had seen this, but none of them had read more than 1,000,000 words. If it wasn't for Yang Chen's previous reminder, even if these words were in front of them, they would at most look at 30 to 50,000 words, and then they would definitely throw it as far as they could. How could they notice that after millions of words, there would be such a peerless treasure hidden? Admiration, shock, gratitude, regret, many complex emotions were intertwined. This was the mood of the three seniors now. When the three people looked at Yangchen, it was as if they were looking at a little monster. There was no way not to regard Yangchen as a monster. He was only in the foundation stage, but he could refine the Black Tiger Essence Nourishing Pill, Black Tiger Tranquil Pill, Questioning Inner Heart Pill, and Heaven Seizing Pill that were used by Deshang stage masters. What was this if not an evildoer? Which cultivator would cultivate all the 5 elements of cultivation methods? And even because of an accidental magic weapon, he also cultivated his main spiritual power into a wood attribute that was not his own fire spirit root. What was this if not an evildoer? Ordinary cultivators, which one could endure the millions of words in an extremely bad book and could still insist on reading it word by word and discover the 8th metal true secret art from it? What was this if not an evildoer? If Yangchen was a disciple of the Blue Cloud sect, how good would that be? Such a regret flashed in sect master Lu's heart. It must be known that Sun Qingxue and Yangchen knew each other at that time. If Sun Qingxue was valued more in the sect at that time, maybe with her grateful character, she would look for Yangchen at that time and then pull Yangchen into the Blue Cloud sect. If that was the case, wouldn't Yangchen become a disciple of the Blue Cloud sect? And then no matter what medicinal pill it was the medicinal pill of the Blue Cloud sect. No matter how many secret planes Yangchen discovered, it was the benefit of the Blue Cloud sect. It's all that damn Wan Qian's fault. In order to suppress Sun Qingxue and make way for her own grand disciple Zhu Yanchun, she did not hesitate to send Sun Qingxue to the most mediocre Zhou Sulan. She even gave Sun Qingxue a martial art that had been tampered with, so that Sun Qingxue could not stand out earlier and attract everyone's attention. Now Wan Qian and her 6 apprentices have been missing for decades. When they come back, they must punish Wan Qian for the crime of killing her fellow disciples. Even if she was an elder of the sect, she could not be forgiven lightly. Such a thought only flashed by, and sect master Lu quickly concentrated his mind on the present. This 8th metal true secret art was discovered by Yangchen. If Yangchen did not say it, it was estimated that no one would know that such an important cultivation method would be hidden in such a rotten book. The question was how to reward Yangchen now. Chapter 631. Now, Sect Master Lu and the 2 elders understood why Yangchen hesitated before. This kind of thing like the 8th metal true secret art, with Yangchen's knowledge, he would never not know it. Such an important cultivation method. Yangchen himself knew it, and secretly offered it to his own sect. There was no problem at all. Now that it was said in front of the 3 people, it was simply equivalent to giving a peerless cultivation method to the Blue Cloud sect. The miscellaneous books that Wan Qian prepared for Yangchen in the past, who knew what was inside? No one would know that Yangchen got this book that recorded the 8th metal true secret art. Even if Yangchen didn't say it, no one would know. Although in a strict sense, since these words came from the Blue Cloud sect, then this cultivation method should belong to the Blue Cloud sect. But Yang Chen was not a disciple of the Blue Cloud sect, and he had no obligation to maintain the interests of the Blue Cloud sect. It was his duty not to say it, but to say it was a big favor. This favor was not the kind of Blue Cloud sect that came to the door. Just like this time the sect asked Yang Chen to refine medicinal pills, but Yang Chen took the initiative to take it out. From this point of view, the weight of this favor was not ordinary. Of course, no one would know that even if Yang Chen didn't say it, after a few decades, there would be a disciple of the Blue Cloud sect who didn't seek to make progress and found this eighth metal, true, secret art from the book. Since no one knew, in order to return this unusual favor to Yang Chen, it would be a bit difficult for Sect Master Lu, asking Yang Chen to refine the questioning inner heart pill. Because there was a precedent of the Green Jade Immortal Island, the Blue Cloud sect only needed to refer to it and pay for it. But on this matter, there was no object to refer to, and it could only be discussed by Sect Master Lu and several elders. Yang Chen, on behalf of the Blue Cloud sect, I thank you for your kindness. He had not thought of a way to repay Yang Chen, but he had to at least say some polite words first. The reason why Sect Master Lu was the sect master was that he had the means to make 8 faces. He immediately thanked him. No matter what kind of gratitude he used, he had to at least express it first. Facing Yang Chen, Sect Master Lu also cupped his hands and thanked him. It was not an easy feat to make the sect master of the Blue Cloud sect thank him. With the strength of Blue Cloud sect, what couldn't they do if they wanted to leave? Unless it was something like refining the questioning inner heart pill, it was worthy of her saying a word of thanks. Now that the 8th metal true secret art was born, Sect Master Lu had to sincerely express his thanks. I don't dare to thank the sect master. Yang Chen hurriedly returned the courtesy. No matter what, he was also a senior. He used the proper etiquette of cupping his hands. Yang Chen, as a junior, dared not neglect. This was originally obtained from the Blue Cloud sect. Returning it to the Blue Cloud sect is also a return to the original owner. The more beautiful Yang Chen's words were, the more the 3 seniors of the Blue Cloud sect felt that they should heavily compensate Yang Chen. Yang Chen, a junior in the Jedon stage, could do this. As a senior, how could they do worse? If the return was less, not only would it seem that they were lacking in bearing, but the Blue Cloud sect would also be ridiculed. Yang Chen, this 8th metal true secret art is of great importance. After thinking about it, Sect Master Lu still had to bite the bullet and say some words first. It was related to the reputation of the Blue Cloud sect, and Sect Master Lu had to be cautious. This younger generation junior understands. Without waiting for Sect Master Lu to speak, Yang Chen had already directly followed up the words. This younger generation junior swears by the heart demon. I will definitely keep my mouth shut. Please rest assured, Sect Master. Swearing by the heart demon. This was the highest level of oath among the cultivators, and it was not easy for a cultivator to make a heart demon oath. Yang Chen's attitude made Sect Master Lu and the 2 elders feel that they owed something. Their hearts were only thinking about how to make up for it. Of course, this was really a matter of great importance. Sect Master Lu must also discuss with the other elders before deciding how to deal with this matter. For the time being, it was still impossible to give Yang Chen a specific answer immediately. Yang Chen certainly understood this, and even Sect Master Lu's thoughts were almost the same. So he directly grabbed the conversation and swore by the heart demon that he would never leak it. This was also a small method he used. Sect Master Lu's request was a bit unreasonable, but he still had to do so, and everyone's face would be ugly. Yang Chen grabbed the conversation and took the initiative to express his position, which seemed to be reasonable, and to avoid everyone's embarrassment. At the same time, it also made Sect Master Lu feel that he owed something. Naturally, he would consider more in return. Compared to a practical favor, Yang Chen did not care about this little reputation. And if he became famous because of this, but the price was to embarrass the Blue Cloud sect. Whether it was from the relationship between Yang Chen and Sun Qingxue, or from the current cooperation between Chunyang Palace and Blue Cloud sect, it was not a good thing. On the contrary, this was a win-win result that would benefit both sides. Blue Cloud sect saved their face, and Yang Chen got a big favor for nothing. Maybe there would be a generous return. Compared with a false reputation, Yang Chen valued the latter more. You came to see little Xue this time, right? Sect Master Lu's heart was gratified, with a smile on his face, but his mouth calmly said, Little Xue is in seclusion to condense her Dan, which is a recent matter. You can stay here for a while, waiting for little Xue to condense her Dan. Then this junior will not be polite. I'll have to bother you. This was Yang Chen's plan. However, letting Sect Master Lu personally issue an invitation to stay, and shamelessly stay, the feeling was completely different. You have done a great favor to my sect. If you need anything, just say it. Sect Master Lu asked straightforwardly. To thank him, of course, he had to first see what Yang Chen wanted. If Yang Chen's request was not high, Sect Master Lu could even make a decision on the spot. I don't dare. This junior just did some of my duty. I don't dare to accept the great favor that senior said. At this time, if he made a request, he would be a fool. The more he didn't take credit, the more Blue Cloud sect would feel indebted. How could Yang Chen easily use this kind of big favor? He had to save it for a critical time. In that case, my sect will have an auction in the near future. You can see what you are interested in. Sect Master Lu did not ask, but said lightly. Then he seemed to ask casually. It is said that the last time the Lord of Tantai of the Green Jade Immortal Island personally came to Chunyang Palace, in addition to talking about the questioning inner heart pill, it was for you and the little girl Shan to settle the marriage. Hearing the words of Sect Master Lu, Yang Chen couldn't help but secretly complain. At that time, in order to cover up the cooperation with Chunyang Palace, the Lord of Tantai found the excuse of the marriage between Shan and Yang Chen. Now Sect Master Lu also said this. What did he mean? Little Xue is also a good girl, and she is also devoted to you. Sect Master Lu said with a smile, When little Xue comes out of seclusion, I have to go to Chunyang Palace in person and settle the matter with Palace Master He. Chapter 632. This topic, Yang Chen really didn't dare to talk about it now. However, Sect Master Lu also revealed another meaning, that was, she would go to Chunyang Palace in person. Sect Master Lu went to Chunyang Palace. Of course, it was not just for the matter of Yang Chen, but also to discuss further cooperation with the head of the palace. Just like the last time the Lord of Tantai covered up, the matter of Yang Chen and Sun Qingxue was just an excuse. However, the move of Sect Master Lu personally coming to Chunyang Palace explained a lot of problems. In the past, Chunyang Palace wanted to cooperate with the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island. It was the head of the palace who personally went to the two sect to seek cooperation. This kind of unequal status was the embodiment of the strength of the sect. Now, not only the Lord of Tantai of the Green Jade Immortal Island personally came to Chunyang Palace, but even Sect Master Lu of the Blue Cloud sect had to go to Chunyang Palace, which in itself had explained a lot of problems. At least now the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island really treated Chunyang Palace as an equal partner. This was a remarkable progress. Although Chunyang Palace had not yet reached the point where it could be on an equal footing with the two major sects in terms of strength alone, Yang Chen alone, coupled with the resources of the questioning inner heart pills, was enough to promote everyone's cooperation to an equal status. Even if Yang Chen was not easy to answer, he had to express his welcome. Thank you for the concern of Sect Master Lu. This younger generation junior will definitely report to the head of the palace and wait for the arrival of the Sect Master. At this point, the purpose of Sect Master Lu and Eldersher coming to see Yang Chen had been achieved, and there was even a big surprise. They must now immediately inform the other elders and study how to thank Yang Qin. Soon, the two exchanged a few polite words and left the courtyard of Elder Hua. There was one more original cultivation method, which was also a big event for the Blue Cloud sect. Elder Hua just settled Yang Qin in the guest room and told the servants to take good care of him. But he went to attend the high-level meeting of the Blue Cloud sect. For more than 10 days, it was calm and nothing special happened. Yang Qin also stayed quietly in the guest room this time. He did not go out, but just concentrated on cultivation. Among the Yang 5 elements, there was only the 3rd fire condensation dan. There was only the 4th fire condensation dan. Originally, Yang Qin thought that when the 1st would condensation dan, the 3 kinds of spiritual power condensation dan would be the same as when he was in the foundation stage, driving other attributes of spiritual power at the same time. But now it seems that this was not the case. Perhaps the spiritual power required for condensation dan was stronger, and the 3 spiritual powers were far from enough to trigger all the spiritual powers to condense. Next, Yang Qin must find ways to condense the other spiritual powers. Otherwise, if the spiritual power of each attribute was too far apart, it would be detrimental to his future cultivation. If there was no other way, Yang Qin could only follow the prescribed order for a period of time and carry out a spiritual power cultivation alone. He believed that with Yang Qin's current level of the peak foundation stage, it was not so difficult to build the foundation one by one. The only thing he needed was time. But this time the matter of the 1st wood true essence made Yang Qin discover that the things left by the guys above were simply terrifying. Obviously, on the Immortal beheading stage, that guy only said that there was a vein of 1st wood true essence. Who knew that after so many years, this vein of 1st wood true essence could actually accumulate into such a 1st wood true essence pool? This reminded Yang Qin of what another person had said. That person was none other than Tai Bai Jinxing, Li Changging. Tai Bai Jinxing also said that there was a vein of 7th metal true essence in the lower realm, which was a gift to Yang Qin. However, the 7th metal true secret art Yang Qin had successfully cultivated it with a bottle of 7th metal true essence obtained by Dao Ba from the monster plane. Originally, Yang Qin thought that there was no need to look for the 7th metal true essence, and Li Changging's kindness would be left to the people behind. However, in the banyan tree cave, Yang Qin discovered that after the 1st wood true essence reached a certain level, it would be so terrifying. After collecting it, it was simply an inexhaustible 1st wood true essence. Even a nameless monster race of the heavenly court had such a rich accumulation. What would happen to the vein of 7th metal true essence left by a super celebrity like Tai Bai Jinxing, who had existed since the establishment of the heavenly court? Thinking about it made people salivate. Rummaging through the clues in his memory, there was one that made Yang Qin very tempted. Before an immortal died, he said that he had left a medicine-nourishing gourd in the lower realm. As long as the medicinal pills were stored in this gourd, there would never be a situation where the medicinal qi dissipated after being stored for thousands of years. It also saved Yang Qin the trouble of making a large number of high-level talismans every time he needed an important medicinal pill. After saying goodbye to Sun Qingxue and returning to the sect to settle down, Yang Qin planned to set off to find these 2 things. Naturally, because of the Penglai Divine Wood, the collection of the 1st wood true essence spiritual solution was so smooth. Before departure, Yang Qin must also prepare a 7th metal magic weapon. This was just in case. Once he suddenly fell into the 1st wood true essence spiritual solution, like in the banyan tree cave, Yang Qin needed at least a magic weapon to support his body. As for collecting the 7th metal true essence spiritual solution, there was no problem with the gourd of the Dragon Palace. Now there were only a few kinds of liquids in the gourd. One was the 1st wood true essence spiritual solution. One was the 4 Seas mysterious coral liquid. One was the distiller's yeast of the jade dragon, plus the auxiliary wine brewed for the distiller's yeast, and a vein of spirit spring. The space was still very large. There was an immortal who said that there were still dozens of refined flying sword left. The quality of the flying sword that he couldn't forget in the heavenly court was almost needless to say. This was also the confidence that Yang Chun promised his master and senior sister to prepare the flying sword for them at that time. Now his master and senior sister have both condensed their cores and are consolidating their cultivation base. After their cultivation base is consolidated, they can start to temper the flying sword. Yang Qin suddenly found that his time was a little tight, the schedule was very tight, and there was little time left for himself. It seemed that the condensation of his other spiritual powers could only rely on some external means. Of course, external means did not mean pulling up the seedlings to help them grow, nor did it mean that Yang Chan would be opportunistic, but similar to the method of using the first with true essence spiritual solution, he could condense his own seventh metal spirit power. He believed that if his own Yang 5 elements, 3 kinds of spirit power condensed, even if he could not condense all the attributes of the spirit power, he could also drive the other spirit power of the Yang 5 elements to form the core. A series of plans. Yang Chen did not make the decision in Chuning Palace, but when he was waiting for Sun Qingxue to condense her Dan in the Blue Cloud sect. It couldn't be said that this was also a result that made people speechless. 10 days later, when Yang Chen was cultivating, he suddenly noticed a riot of heaven and earth spiritual energy. Elder Hua's courtyard was adjacent to Sun Qingxue's, and the center of the spiritual power riot was the courtyard where Sun Qingxue was located. This familiar spiritual power fluctuation, Yang Chun was very familiar. Sun Qingxue condensed her Dan. Chapter 633. In a big sect like Blue Cloud sect, almost every once in a while there would be this kind of spiritual power riot. Some were at the foundation establishment stage, some were at the core condensation stage, and some were at the nascent soul stage. Therefore, this kind of familiar spiritual power fluctuation would not cause any sensation in the Blue Cloud sect. At most, there were a few people who cared about the sect looking at the direction of the spiritual power fluctuation. They nodded thoughtfully, feeling that someone in the sect had made a breakthrough, and their strength had increased a little. Yang Chen was even happier than the others. He came here to wait for Sun Qingxue to condense her core. The timing of Sun Qingxue's core condensation was less than a month away from Yang Chen's estimation, which showed that Sun Qingxue was still walking on her original genius path. The spiritual power turbulence lasted for a long time before it stopped. Elder Hua had long felt this aura, so he flew back and waited with Yang Qin for his beloved disciple Sun Qingxue to come out. Congratulations! As soon as Sun Qingxue came out, she came to her master to report the good news, but she didn't expect to see Yang Qin congratulating her. She was so surprised and happy that she almost jumped up. Don't be so jumpy. You are already a grandmaster of core condensation. You can't learn such a childish state of mind. Elder Hua couldn't help but cough, reminding Sun Qingxue not to be rude. Hua wanting couldn't help but care about this. Sure, Shanshan was recognized as Yang Chen's Taoist companion, and she was steady. She would never be as lively as Sun Qingxue. At present, she was also Sun Qingxue's biggest rival in love. If Yang Chen didn't like Sun Qingxue because of this, it would not be good news for Sun Qingxue and the Blue Cloud sect. Sun Qingxue was scolded by her master. She naughtily stuck out her little tongue, and her face flashed with intelligence. Yang Chen just looked at her with a smile, nodded, and didn't say much. The master was guiding his disciple. If he spoke, it would be inappropriate. After giving some guidance to Sun Qingxue, Elder Hua, wanting also congratulated Sun Qingxue. This disciple of his was indeed worthy of the name of a genius. Under his tutelage, she had succeeded in condensing a core in less than 100 years. And this was because she had wasted more than 10 years before, crippling her cultivation and starting over again. Thinking of this, Elder Hua felt unusually satisfied, for Wan Qian, who had schemed against Sun Qingxue, Elder Hua didn't have much guidance. He didn't hate her so much. If it weren't for her, how could Hua have such an excellent disciple? For Sun Qingshue's cultivation base, Elder Hua didn't give too much guidance. He just told her to consolidate her cultivation base. In front of Yang Qin, Elder Hua couldn't give too detailed guidance to Sun Qingxue. Anyway, she had already condensed her core and needed to consolidate it. There was plenty of time to give detailed guidance in the future. There was no need to delay the closeness of Yang Qin and Sun Qingxue at this time. Sun Qingxue, of course, understood that her master was creating conditions for herself and Yang Qin. She said goodbye to her master with a blushing face and returned to her courtyard with Yang Qin. Big brother Yang, am I as immature as a child? In her own territory, Sun Qingxue didn't have much scruples. As soon as she came back, she asked nervously. She cared about Yang Chen's perception of her. No. Yang Chen replied with a smile. Isn't it good to keep lively? There's no need to learn from others and keep a straight face. Cultivation is not to cultivate into a block of wood. Immortals also have emotions. As long as it's the real you and not pretentious, there's no problem. Hearing Yang Chen's words, the nervousness on Sun Qingxue's face disappeared without a trace. She revealed a relaxed smile. The lively image appeared on Sun Qingxue's face again. In another courtyard, Elder Hua also seemed to have a relaxed look on his face. After all, Sun Qingxue was his proud disciple. He also cared about her disciple's perception in Yang Chen's heart. Originally, he was worried that Yang Chen would have a bad impression of Sun Qingxue because he spoke and handled things so maturely. Now that Yang Chen liked it, everything was not a problem. Yang Chen liked the natural Sun Qingxue, so Sun Qingxue was naturally happy. It was not that she had never played the role of a cold and elegant fairy in front of other young handsome men. But in front of Yang Qin, she still liked the irreplaceable sense of security that Yang Qin gave her when he said, "Have I ever lied to you? Big brother Yang, why are you here? Are you waiting for me?" The happy Sun Qingxue didn't have the awareness of becoming a master at all. She didn't have a mature and steady style at all. Perhaps she only behaved like this in front of Yang Qin. She saw Yang Chen as soon as she came out of condensing her core. While she was happy, she was more concerned about why Yang Chen was here. "It's about time for you to condense your core, so I came to see you." Yang Chen was not hypocritical and told her his purpose of coming. Anyway, he came to make the little girl happy, and at the same time he got a big favor from the Blue Cloud sect for no reason. If he also included the possible rewards for refining pills in the future, this trip to the Blue Cloud sect was absolutely perfect. "Thank you, Big brother Yang." When Sun Qingxue heard Yang Chen admit it, and he even calculated the time for her to condense her core, it could be seen that Yang Chen put her in his heart. The little girl felt sweet in her heart. She thanked him, but her face showed that she enjoyed it very much, and she looked at Yang Chen very much. Sun Qingxue had long regarded herself as Yang Chen's person. Otherwise, she wouldn't have put on mourning clothes after thinking that something had happened to Yang Chen. Therefore, she felt that everything Yang Chen gave her was reasonable. "This time, thanks to your immortal wood and eternal spring wood, I can condense my core so smoothly." However, even so, Sun Qingxue specially thanked Yang Chen for these two kinds of wood. The immortal wood was given by Yang Chen, and the eternal spring wood was exchanged by Sun Qingxue with Yang Chen's jade dragon wine and jiuxian. It could be said that it was Yang Chen's credit. That's also because you worked hard in your own cultivation. Otherwise, no matter how many good things you have, it doesn't matter. Yang Chen smiled and did not claim credit. What a joke! The future dancing snow fairy was afraid that she could not condense her core. At most, Yang Chen just played a role of icing on the cake. Yang Chen was not stingy with his praise. "You are better than I thought." This was not Yang Chen flattering. It must be known that Sun Qingxue had to start over because of mistakes in the previous 10 years of cultivation. Even so, it was only 20 years later than Yang Chen's condensing Dan. But Yang Chen had many advantages, which Sun Qingxue was far from comparable. Just the 7th metal, 5th earth, 1st wood, 10th water, these original spiritual powers, she did not have any. In order to celebrate your success in condensing your core, and for you to be able to smoothly consolidate your cultivation base, Yang Chen was very happy to take out several thick branches of Penglai divine wood. These are my congratulatory gifts. Chapter 634. Now Sun Qingxue was not the little girl who didn't know the goods before, especially after she reached the foundation stage. Yang Chen also gave her a 3rd grade first wood foundation building pill, which contained the aura of the Penglai divine wood. Now in these 3 thick branches, there was always an aura of the first wood that was exactly the same as the aura of Sun Qingxue. Sun Qingxue immediately knew what was in the hands of Yang Chen. Such 3 thick branches of the Penglai divine wood could almost be used to cultivate the saplings of the Penglai divine wood. Even if Sun Qingxue was a disciple of a big sect like the Blue Cloud sect, even if Sun Qingxue was the apprentice of Hua Wanting, a master of the Deshang stage, but seeing Yang Chen suddenly take out such a big gift, she was still shocked and speechless for a long time. What, you don't like it? The reason why Yang Chen took out the Penglai divine wood branch instead of the first wood true essence was to let Sun Qingxue have a step-by-step process. From the ordinary spiritual power to the first wood true essence, it took too long to consolidate and adapt. It was not as good as deepening the aura of the Penglai divine wood and then slowly upgrading to the first wood true essence. Of course, Yang Chen had another consideration. If the first wood true essence wanted to be refined, unless it was a monster race like the Penglai divine wood, it would be absorbed instinctively, just like Shikuei and Xiasha. If human cultivators wanted to use the first wood true essence, in addition to the long-term habit of infiltration and absorption, only the first wood true secret art could do it. Yang Chen didn't know if the Blue Cloud sect had the first wood true secret art. Even if the other party was Sun Qingxue, in the territory of the Blue Cloud sect, Yang Chen couldn't tell the first wood true secret art to Sun Qingxue. An 8th metal true secret art made Sect Master Lu and the 2 masters of the Deshang stage excited. If the first wood true secret art and the first wood true essence were added, it would definitely make people have the idea of killing them. Yang Chen, who had lived 2 lives, naturally knew how sinister people could be. The 8th metal true secret art was the Blue Cloud sect's thing, and there was no pressure for Yang Chen to hand it over to them. But the first wood true secret art, Yang Chen was not so generous. Even if Yang Chen was willing to help Sun Qingxue had to really become Yang Chen's person. She also had to swear a heart demon oath that the first wood true secret art could not be taught to the people of Blue Cloud sect. Therefore, at this time, these branches of Penglai divine wood were the best gift, enough for Sun Qingxue to consolidate her cultivation. Of course, Yang Chen also considered that Sun Qingxue might give such a precious thing to the sect to cultivate the Penglai divine wood. However, Yang Chen did not care about such a small branch. It was not so easy to cultivate the Penglai divine wood, and it was far from enough to rely on spiritual power. It may be possible to survive, but to grow to the scale of Yang Chen's medicine garden, it would take at least 100,000 years to slowly cultivate. Not everyone had the liquefied first with true essence. Sun Qingxue was excited about Yang Chen's generosity and immediately sent these branches into the Qingquan bag. Then she did something that Yang Chen could not think of. Don't let Master and the sect master know that you have these branches of the Penglai divine wood. Sun Qingxue did not even open her mouth, but sent a thought through her spiritual awareness, showing how much she valued this matter. The attitude of the little girl made the smile on Yang Chen's face more prosperous. Although her master's kindness to her was as heavy as a mountain, Sun Qingxue valued Yangchen more. Perhaps it was because in several major events, there was the shadow of Yangchen. The Blue Cloud sect did not leave a good impression on Sun Qingxue at first, especially Wan Qian and Zhou Sulan. Although Hua Wanting also cared for Sun Qingxue, if she had to choose between the sect and Yangchen's life, she was still willing to choose Yangchen. It was not that Sun Qingxue did not maintain the sect, but that she would not harm Yangchen's life for some improper interest of the sect. That was all. These branches of the Penglai divine were enough to make some people in the sect jealous. At least that's what Sun Qingxue thought, so she immediately became a little careful. It doesn't matter, it's not a big deal. Yang Chen was happy and naturally would not treat Sun Qingxue badly. If you have time, you can be refined and absorbed by these branches. It is just right to consolidate your current realm. Taking out these branches was to let Sun Qingxue consolidate her realm. The spiritual power of the same origin was a great supplement for Sun Qingxue. With these branches, at least it could shorten the time for Sun Qingxue to consolidate her realm by half. Yang Chen's words and these branches of the Penglai divine would. Sun Qingxue naturally regarded them as Yang Chen's care for herself. Although she was a little guilty, she still put it away happily. She had already made up her mind. Even if it was her master, she would not tell her what Yang Chen gave her. He hadn't seen Sun Qingxue for decades, and now there were no outsiders here. Yang Chen naturally had to take a good look at Sun Qingxue. I don't know how Sun Qingxue has been doing these years. Yang Chen has seen a trace of the shadow of the dancing snow fairy in Sun Qingxue's heroic posture. As if she knew that Yang Chen was looking at her, the little girl was very mischievous and put on a face of those annoying young handsome men who pestered her and refused to let people go 1,000 miles away. This face was simply the iconic expression of the dancing snow fairy in the memory of Yang Chen's previous life. For a time, countless memories came to his mind, and Yang Chen seemed to be stunned. Sun Qingxue was very happy that Yang Chen would look at her in a daze, which fully showed that she still had an extraordinary attraction to Yang Chen. Yang Chen's performance made Sun Qingxue even happier than his 10,000 words. For a while, she had condensed Dan and received a gift from Yang Chen. Coupled with Yang Chen's current performance, Sun Qingxue felt that she had good luck today. 3 happy days. After not seeing each other for decades, Sun Qingxue had a lot of things to say to Yang Chen. At Sun Qingxue's place, Yang Chen, of course, would not drink tea as he did at Shi Shanshan's side. Instead, he took out a large pot of jade dragon wine and a large plate of peeled profound young fruit. The little girl was born in an official's family. She had a good capacity for alcohol and could drink some. Yang Chen and the two of them, in the small courtyard of Sun Qingxue, used the flesh of the millennium profound yang fruit as a side dish to accompany the wine. They slowly sipped the jade dragon wine that Zhu Xian did not know how much information to exchange for. While drinking, they chatted with each other about their experiences over the past few decades. Sun Qingxue was really happy today. She told Yang Chen about what she had done after Yang Chen left and went back to retreat to attack the Jidan stage. From the experience of going out to experience to coming back to retreat to condense Dan, even some small things were described in detail. These words Sun Qingxue has never said to anyone, including her master Hua Wanting. Now in the face of Yang Chen, these were like pouring beans out of a bamboo tube. All of them were said. Chapter 635. From the beginning of her cultivation, Sun Qingxue was a lively little girl, but in the Blue Cloud sect, she first encountered the conspiracy of Wan Qian's master and apprentice, and later she worshipped Elder Hua as a master. Although the conditions were already unique, the little girl did not have a friend of the same age who could confide in her heart, except for Yang Chen. In addition to telling her own experience, Sun Qingxue was also the first time that she had talked about her happiness and depression in her 100 years of cultivation in front of others. When she said this, it was like venting and she could no longer stop. With the strength of the jade dragon wine, Sun Qingxue almost kept talking for a few hours, but she was still not done. Yang Qin did not stop Sun Qingxue from venting like this, but listened quietly and sometimes echoed a few words, letting her vent completely. These things were depressed in the heart for a long time, and it was easy to become a heart devil. Of course, it was not a big problem to still be in the Jidan stage, but once it broke out during the tribulation of the nascent soul stage, it would be a big trouble. On the contrary, she poured out her heart to Yang Qin, whether it was the pressure in her heart or the happiness. All of them found an outlet to vent. In a fashionable saying, such a vent, the thoughts suddenly became clear, which was of great benefit to cultivation. After a few hours, Sun Qingxue also drank a lot of jade dragon wine unconsciously. Especially at the last moment, Yang Chen felt that the time was almost right, and Sun Qingxue had vented enough. He directly used a large glass of 4C's mysterious coral liquid to reconcile a drop of distiller's yeast and let Sun Qingxue drink it, and instantly let Sun Qingxue fall asleep. Holding the charming body of the dancing snow fairy, Yang Chen sent Sun Qingxue back to her boudoir embroidered couch, and then notified the maid who had been sent away by Sun Qingxue to take care of her. Looking at the beautiful Sun Qingxue in her sleep, Yang Qin suddenly envied her. At least the dancing snow fairy could find him to talk about her troubles and happiness, but he couldn't find someone to talk to. The secret of rebirth was the biggest secret of Yang Qin in the world, and it must not be easily known by anyone, even his master. He didn't want his master to panic because of knowing this secret, and maybe even help him to deal with the Taishaman. Although in the future, if Chunyang Palace and Taishaman met, his master would definitely be duty-bound, but at this time, Yang Chen would rather face it alone. Sun Qingxue had this talk, coupled with the last glass of the 4C's mysterious coral liquid. After waking up, her mind was clear and her body was clean. After waking up with the branch of Penglai Divine wood sent by Yang Qin, her of cultivation could definitely be consolidated. He came here to see Sun Qingxue and congratulate her on her success in condensing her Dan. Now that the goal had been exceeded, Yang Qin had no reason to stay any longer. After giving a few words to Sun Qingxue's servant, Yang Qin didn't even say goodbye to Elder Hua and left the Blue Cloud sect. Anyway, Sect Master Lu wanted to go to Chunyang Palace. At that time, he would definitely bring Sun Qingxue. Yang Qin and Sun Qingxue would have a chance to see each other again. Yang Qin didn't care about such a moment of getting along. There would be a long time in the future. The famous dancing snow fairy in the later generations was like a little girl talking to him. If this was said in his previous life, no one would believe it. But in this life, it happened not long ago, making Yang Qin have an unreal feeling. If the dancing snow fairy was like this, then what about the cold plum fairy who was cold all day? With a frosty face every day, maybe she had accumulated a lot of complex emotions. Yang Qin wondered if he should find an opportunity to help Shi Shanshan. Of course, this was just Yang Chen's own sudden idea, and it was not operable at all. Shi Shanshan was not Sun Qingxue, this little girl, who had such a dependence on Yang Qin. However, there was nothing to do. Sitting with Shi Shanshan and tasting tea, it seemed to be a wonderful enjoyment. Suppressing these thoughts, Yang Qin drove the shuttle and went straight to Chunyang Palace. From the last time he left the sect to the present, it had been 6 years. In Yang Chen's heart, he could not help but think of the faces of his master and senior sister, and then he naturally thought of the charming scene when his master and senior sister were cultivating with him. On the road for another month, Yang Qin once again saw the familiar scene of the Chunyang Palace gate. The first thing Yang Qin did when he returned to Chunyang Palace was to go directly to his master's courtyard to meet his master. What Yang Qin didn't expect was that his master Gaoyu was not there. After inquiring from the servants, he learned that his master and senior sister actually went out together in the 3rd year of his experience. It was said that they went out to experience after their cultivation was consolidated. His master and senior sister were not there, so Yang Chen could only go to see the head of the palace first. He accepted Mu Bo as a disciple, and this matter must be reported to the head of the palace. Moreover, the Mu Bo family had all joined the Chunying palace. This matter must also be known by the head of the palace. Otherwise, wouldn't it be strange if there were more than 100 people from the Hall of Eccentrics in the Chunying palace? There was no obstacle for Yang Chen to go to the head of the palace. Not everyone could see the head of the palace. Yang Chen could come to him at any time, even when the head of the palace was in retreat. This was the special instruction of the head of the palace. Of course, Yang Chen would not look for the head of the palace to visit when he was in retreat. After the ceremony, Yang Chen was about to report, but he was stopped by the head of the palace. The palace master had already sent people to invite several elders. It was not too late to wait for the elders to arrive before talking about Yang Chen's matter, so as not to have to say it for the second time. This was the experience of the head of the palace after several times. Every time Yang Chen came back from the outside, there was a major event. Except for some secrets that could not be said to others, it was necessary for the palace master and the elders to discuss it together. Therefore, now that Yang Chen wanted to report, naturally he had to wait for the elders to arrive first. Except for Wang Yong, who was in retreat, the other elders were all here. When they saw Yang Chen, the elders naturally accepted Yang Chen's salute, and then they sat down. Say, what good things have happened this time? The head of the palace waited for everyone to be ready. Then he ordered with a smile on his face, but he crossed his legs and prepared to listen. The other elders also followed suit. They all put on a comfortable posture, waiting for Yang Chen to surprise them again. The last time the Taishaman happened, everyone had already vaguely guessed something. At that time, everyone was happy, and now it was estimated that they were waiting for a miracle to appear. The elders were all in such a posture, which made Yang Chen a little dumbfounded. But he couldn't blame anything. They were all elders, and it was not his turn to point fingers. He could only respectfully say, "This disciple went out and received an apprentice. The aptitude is excellent, absolutely worthy of training."